Just a word, everyone. It's nearly 10 past, but it looks as though the issue's still ongoing. So, does that appear to be working?
I don't know. She's got to go and get somebody next door to have a look.
Does anyone want to recite a poem or?
We do need someone to chat just for a little bit, just so we can do a sound test. Yeah. Sounds up, is it?
It's working.
It is working.
Well, what you said earlier was working.
Okay.
It's working now.
Bye.
Okay, gentlemen, if we could resume our seats, please, ladies and gentlemen. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to start from the top, shall I? Do we know when we lost sound?
I don't think we had any at all.
We don't know we had any,
so live stream, but no sound.
Okay, so we're going to start again. So apologies for that. Right. So good morning, everybody. We are now at 10 past 10. The inquiry is resumed. And my name is Helen Hewitt, and I'm the Planning Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry into an appeal by Clearstone Energy Limited under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act against the decision of East Devon District Council to refuse planning permission for a proposed development described as the construction, operation and maintenance of a battery energy storage system with associated infrastructure works, including highway access, landscaping and biodiversity enhancements on land just south of Hazelhurst, Raymond's Hill, Axminster, Devon. So today we are aiming to sit for slightly shorter length of time, but we are going to be guided by the evidence that we're going to try and deal with. We finished yesterday with Mr. Reynolds' examination in chief by the appellant, and we'll be resuming shortly with his cross-examination by Mr. Parkinson for the action group. Before that, we had a couple of housekeeping matters to deal with. I think, have we labelled the 9.2 documents? I think Mr. Parkinson's going to be referring to them in cross-examination. I think they were on my list. So I was just wondering if we knew which is which. Marvellous. Okay, well, we'll carry on and see if we can manage, for the benefit of people watching, in CD 9.2, we have 4 documents, and so it will assist us if we identify each of them with a number. Okay, on that note, I don't think there's anything else that we need to deal with at this moment. So, Mr. Parkinson, are you ready for me to hand over to you for cross-examination?
Thank you, Madam. Yes, I'm ready. Good morning, Mr. Reynolds. Oh.
Good morning.
So I just want to start with a couple of questions about the scope of your evidence. And you have assumed that the worst case scenario here is a fire contained to a single unit.
Yes, I have.
So you don't assess the contamination implications if the fire spreads to an adjacent unit. And by unit, I mean 2 cabinets in a string spaced 10 centimetres apart.
Yes, that's right.
Now, in your evidence in chief yesterday, you postulated a scenario where no boundary cooling water at all is applied to the fire. And I just want to explore that a little further. Can you take up the Devon and Somerset Fire and Rescue Service consultation response, which is at CD 1.36?
Yes, I've got that in front of me.
So it's Appendix 2 towards the back. And in PDF pages, it's PDF page 48. It's internal page 4 or 5 of the consultation response. And it's PDF, maybe, yeah. As long as we got the same thing. If you got the consultation response, and then have you got within it the heading that says environmental impacts? That's on page 40, PDF page 48. Yeah. And we went to this with Mr. Blunden, but if we look the third paragraph down, they say, whilst it's difficult to predict the tactics that will be used during a fire incident and the amount of water that will be required to support them, defensive boundary cooling, where water is used to cool cabinets neighbouring the one affected by the fire, is the most likely. So we heard your opinion yesterday, but in terms of the fire service, their opinion is that applying boundary cooling water to the fire is the most likely tactic.
Yes, I agree. My comment yesterday about boundary cooling, to some extent, I was trying to counteract the previous comments that we'd heard in the morning, where all the calculations were based on you need to put 1,500 litres per minute onto this fire for several hours. And I was just trying, and then we did have a discussion about if you went 15 minutes on, 15 minutes off, that would extend the time. I was just trying to counteract this view that as soon as these units are on fire, the fire service will be spraying cooling water across parts of the site to cool them down. So I wasn't suggesting that boundary cooling wasn't a suitable strategy, and I accept that is the case, and I would propose that myself. I was just trying to counteract the fact that boundary cooling is not the calculation. The worst case calculation is you need it from minute 0 and you keep doing that for 6 hours. I was just trying to counteract that calculation.
Yeah, and in terms of those calculations, that's a matter for Mr. Blunden, isn't it? And I took him to the calculations in the site safety report, and we explored the implications for water volume. So unless you want to go through all of that for your evidence, I'm going to leave that firmly in yesterday, if that's okay with you.
Yes, I just wanted to put the comment I'd made in that context, but I'm not proposing that boundary cooling is not a suitable strategy and could be employed.
Thank you. Next, can you go to CD 4.1.1, which is the appellant's statement of case?
Yes, I've got that document.
And can you go within it to paragraph 3.64, which is on hard copy page 21 and PDF page 22?
So did you say 3.64? Yes, I've got that paragraph in front of me.
Great. And what's said here is, notwithstanding the professional advice arising from infiltration testing that the geology of the site significantly inhibits groundwater percolation, that's a matter for Mr. Fellows next week, the appellant considered that neither the contamination of firewater nor a pathway to local water resources could definitively be ruled out without suitable mitigation, and therefore it's taken a precautionary approach to address the potential risks should it arise. And if we then look down at the next paragraph, we can see what that mitigation is, and it's the on-site drainage containment system that Mr. Rigby is going to be talking about later. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
So the statement of case is recording that without mitigation, there's a risk of contaminated firewater entering water resources that cannot be definitively ruled out. That's correct, isn't it?
That seems to be what is laid out in paragraph 3.64.
And your evidence is consistent with the appellant's statement of case, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. In terms of the Environment Agency's position, we don't have a consultation response from the EA on this application, as far as I'm aware. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of one either.
What we do have, though, is a report that they published in March last year, which we can find at CD 12.12. So if you can take that up.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
This is an extract of a report that the EA published in March last year, and it was published, wasn't it, by the EA's Chief Scientists Group?
Yes, I believe so, although that isn't made clear because CD 12.12.12 is just only a full-page extract, so it doesn't have the author in it.
Yeah, well, I think it's Mr. Carpenter who explains where it comes from. I don't think there's any dispute about who authored it. I want to take you to a couple of references. If we look at the first page, there's a heading, Environmental Impacts of BESS, and the EA say, many of the battery technologies discussed previously contain a multitude of components manufactured from materials which exhibit hazardous properties. The components which typically contain the highest mass of hazardous materials are as follows, and then sets it out. Electrode binder, electrolyte, and membrane. And then if we scroll down to paragraph 8.3.2.2, there's a heading, thermal runaway risk, on page 3. Can you see that?
Yes, I'm looking at that.
And they say thermal runaway in a BESS is a critical concern that can occur due to factors such as overheating, external damage, or internal defects within the battery cells. This phenomenon triggers a self-sustaining increase in temperature, leading to a cascading series of events with severe consequences. For lithium-ion batteries, thermal runaway can result in the release of hazardous materials. The electrolyte, typically composed of lithium salts in organic solvents, can vaporize, potentially leading to chemical fires and toxic fume emissions. Lithium contamination of the ground may occur if these substances leak into the environment, posing risks to soil and water quality. And it goes on to talk about other types of batteries. And then just finally, I'm going to ask you a question. If we finally look at the penultimate paragraph in this section, can you see the one that starts up to 6 micrograms per litre of PFAS? Yeah. And it says up to 6 micrograms per litre of PFAS was measured in firewater for battery firefighting, and approximately 3,600 litres of water are used over 30 minutes to extinguish a battery fire. And it goes on to say those PFAS incumbent fluids will transfer into the surrounding ground and have the potential to contaminate local groundwater supplies, affecting both humans and ecological health detrimentally if there are no containment or drainage systems in place. So the position of the EA is that the EA also considers that there's a potential for contamination unless there's adequate containment.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And there's also nothing in this publication to support a proposition that boundary cooling water is, as you put it in your proof, and we'll come on to this, the equivalent of tap water or ordinary drinking water, is there?
No.
So if we then look at what other evidence we've got, and there's some that you rely on, I think we can probably do this quite quickly. In terms of Kaniji Road, the fire water there was only tested on site, is that correct, during the incident?
Sorry, I didn't realise that you'd finished on CD 12.12, so I'd just like to have a little response on that. Because it's relevant because of the comment that the agency make, and I have some comments to make about the agency's result.
I'm sure you do, and if it's a comment if it's a comment in response to a question I've asked, so if you've said yes and you want to caveat it, that's absolutely fine. If it's a sort of general statement on this document, then that's not really appropriate for cross-examination, which is answering my questions, but caveating and explaining your answer. But I'm sure Ms. Osmond-Smith will deal with it in re-examination, because otherwise we're going to be here for a long time. So very happy if it's related to the question I asked you. And the last question I asked you was, there's nothing in this publication to support a proposition that the EA is satisfied with the contamination risk of boundary cooling water. So if it's in relation to that, by all means, fire away.
So I see my comments are very relevant to that question. So when they make that 6 micrograms per litre comment, they then use a reference. That reference is Quant et al. 2023A. That's actually M-Quant, but it's Maria Quant, not Mary. I've looked at that reference. What I would make a comment is that if somebody's going to take a 4-page extract from a 170-page document and they're using references, then it would be useful to have the reference available. Which it would be useful to copy the reference page as well. But I've eventually found that reference, and the testing that they did, and unfortunately I don't think that EA have done a great service here to the best industry. That testing was carried out in Sweden by M-Quant. That test involved batteries, and the test that they did is irrelevant to the issue about a BESS being on fire and how a BESS fire would be suppressed. And the point is there that they actually put out the battery and then accept that they washed out the battery, washing out all the contaminants out of that battery. In reality, that would not happen. So I don't think the Environment Agency have used the best result that they could have done in that report.
Thank you for that. So you're disagreeing with the position taken by the EA, is that correct?
I'm not disagreeing with them. I think they haven't put the result they've used in good context, and in some ways it is irrelevant. But I'm not arguing that there is a potential for PFAS to be in water that comes off a site where a lithium-ion battery is on fire.
Can we get back to where we were then, which is Carnegie Road? The fire water at Carnegie Road was only tested on site, wasn't it?
Yes, that's correct. That's in the report.
And it was only tested for pH. There was no testing for metals, hydrocarbons, or any other substances. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. If we then move on to Tilbury, and you've relied on a report that we can see at CD 9.6, and I think it would be helpful to see the source document for the comments that you make in relation to Tilbury. So if we can take that up, CD 9.6. Thank you. So if we just look at the first page and see what this is, it's entitled Verification and Compliance Report, Carrington Bess. If we look and see who the author is Martin Blunden, which is the same Mr. Blunden that we heard from yesterday. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so. I don't think there's 2 Martin Blunders with QFSMs.
Always worth checking. And it was submitted to the council to discharge a planning condition for a different project to the Tilbury project.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. And I think the bits in this that you rely on start at paragraph 4.9, which is on page 21. And if you could have that open, and could you also have your proof open at paragraph 3.13. It's paragraph 4.9. It's paragraph 3.13.
Sorry, Mr. Reynolds, will you try a bit harder with the speaker, please?
Yeah, it's paragraph 4.9 in CD 9.6, and it's paragraph 3.13 in your proof.
Yes, I have those documents in front of me.
So if we look at what's said here, paragraph 4.10 about boundary cooling water, that's effectively nearly word for word the same point that you make in your proof at paragraph 3.13, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. There's only so many ways you can describe what boundary cooling water is.
If we go to paragraph 4.12, so Mr. Blunden there is saying, direct fire suppression water conversely becomes heavily contaminated when applied to actively burning battery systems. The water directly contacts battery electrolytes, thermal decomposition products, and toxic gases, etc. And again, that's pretty much word for word what you said at paragraph 3.14, except you've dropped the word heavily contaminated, haven't you? You just say contaminated.
Yes, that's right.
What you rely on is paragraph 4.11. I just want to explore what's in the public domain about what happened at Tilbury. So first of all, we don't know what parameters or substances were tested from this report, do we?
Yes, that's right.
We don't know what detection limits were used.
Yes, that's right.
We don't know what the sampling methodology was, do we?
Yes, that's right.
And the testing appears to have been carried out by the operator of the facility rather than an independent body, as far as we can tell from this report. Is that correct?
It depends what you mean by testing. The operator didn't analyse the material themselves. They don't have that capability. So they employed people to take samples who were contractors, and a professional accredited laboratory did the analysis.
Thank you. And this is the extent of what we have in the public domain regarding Tilbury, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Now, in your proof at paragraph 3.19, you say, I've reviewed the analysis and findings from the water and soil samples and further assessed these against a number of relevant UK regulations and standards. None of the potentially contaminated samples were classified as hazardous, and water samples would meet UK surface water and or drinking water standards. Now, I'm genuinely not sure what you're talking about there. What water and soil samples in that paragraph are you talking about? Is that a reference to Tilbury?
Yes, it is. So paragraph 318 is referring to Tilbury, and 319 is talking about the samples from Tilbury.
So none of that is presented in evidence beyond what we see in that paragraph, is it?
That's right, for reasons of confidentiality.
So neither the Rule 6 party nor the inspector has seen the analysis and is in a position to ask any meaningful questions about it. Is that the position?
That is true, but I was giving my professional opinion having seen that information. And again, the context of the information that I was using was again to counteract this issue about that either fire water or boundary cooling water would be this acidic, contaminated, fuming river flowing down the streets. So I wasn't going into the nanogram scale about the level of contamination that may or may not exist.
Well, Mr. Reynolds, you referred to talk about a river of acid yesterday. I noted that down. You've just made a similar comment now. You're not pointing to anywhere in Mr. Laxon's or Mr. Carpenter's proof where those sorts of comments have been made, are you? That's not evidence. The Rule 6 party has never spoken of a river of acid.
Yes, that's true, but Professor Ramsden was talking about hydrofluoric acid being a very hazardous acid, which is corrosive and toxic, which I accept, but we are talking about this being very dilute. So as I say, that's just to deal with some of the emotive language which can be used around some of the hazardous chemicals that are found in lithium-ion batteries.
That was actually my next question. So there's no dispute that if firewater becomes contaminated, it could contain hydrofluoric acid?
Definitely.
And there's no dispute that hydrofluoric acid is highly toxic and corrosive?
Correct.
So as a human receptor, which I think we both are using the methodology, can I suggest that you wouldn't want to drink a glass of water if there was any risk of any quantity of hydrofluoric acid being in it?
That's an interesting question. I would, and the reason I would is that because drinking water is allowed 1.5 milligrams per litre of fluoride. Fluoride is added to drinking water to make it better for dental healthcare. So it improves our children's teeth because the fluoride helps the enamel in their teeth. So there is fluoride in drinking water. So I would drink water which contained very dilute hydrofluoric acid, which is the drinking water we're all drinking at the moment.
Thank you. Well, I'll ask Mr. Laxon to pick up on that, but that's your evidence that if there was a risk of hydrofluoric acid, we're not talking about fluoride, we're talking about hydrofluoric acid being in drinking water, you would happily gulp it down.
It's all about dose. Poisons, it's all about dose.
Which leads on to my next question. We don't see that in your evidence, do we? Nowhere have you attempted to make a calculation of what concentration, what quantities of hydrofluoric acid would be in the firewater that runs off this site.
That's correct. That's because that's being dealt with by other witnesses regarding releases to air and releases to water. Mine, as I stated yesterday, mine was more about a contextual piece, putting some of these hazardous chemicals into a more into context.
In terms of PFAS, we're all agreed that PFAS are present in the batteries, correct?
Yes.
And also potentially within other material within the unit.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we've spoken about the binder and the electrolytes, but there may well be PFAS in other elements of the unit as well.
What part do you mean?
That's fine. If you're either accepting it or not. If you're not accepting it, I can pick it up with Mr. Laxon. I just want to know what your position is. Are you saying it's limited to the binder and the electrolytes, and there will be no other PFAS within the BESS unit?
I can confirm that there is PFAS within the cells of the batteries. I'm not familiar with all the other materials that are used in the BESS unit.
Thank you. And no PFAS testing has ever been conducted at a BESS fire, has it?
It may have been conducted, but I've not seen the results.
In terms of the evidence before this inquiry, there's no PFAS testing of what actually comes out in a BESS fire, is there?
If you're talking about a laboratory, then you've used a reference yourself regarding the EA talking about 6,000 micrograms per litre. But regarding operational incidents, and if we talk about the 3 from last year, which have been discussed over the last couple of days, then I haven't seen any PFAS analysis from those.
Thank you. That's why my question was related to a BESS fire. And I think we all agreed that there's no evidence before this inquiry of PFAS emissions in a BESS fire. And whilst you say in your proof, and I think other witnesses pick up on this as well, that at high temperatures PFAS becomes effectively incinerated, that's an untested assumption in a real life BESS fire, isn't it?
It is, but I would propose that I'm not proposing that 100% would be destroyed.
And if we just think about how much reassurance that gives us, at high temperatures, PFAS becomes hydrogen fluoride, is that right?
Yes,
And hydrogen fluoride gas dissolves readily in water to become hydrofluoric acid, doesn't it?
yes, that's right.
And both hydrogen fluoride and hydrofluoric acid are hazardous.
Yes, they are corrosive and toxic, as we've discussed already.
Turn to your table 1. Which is at paragraph 4.7.
Yes, I've got that.
And if we just look at what this is saying, it says at the bottom, estimated quantities of combustion products from a Wart-Zilla 1 and their corresponding concentrations above which impairing systems would be experienced in the general population based on these figures and modelling performed. And I can't see where we have the corresponding concentration above which impairing symptoms would be experienced. Is that missing from the table?
It's not missing. The table was going to have a different use, which is why it had that additional information. So the table is correct, but the label was not updated. And again, those chemicals are only used for this case now to talk about some of the emissions that would come from a BESS fire.
Yeah, but in terms of what we have now, we have estimated quantity of combustion products, including hydrogen fluoride, but including things like hydrogen cyanide. What we don't have is any comparison with the concentration above which impairing symptoms would be experienced in the general population. That's missing, at least in terms of your evidence. We can see if we're able to do that comparison exercise with other witnesses, but in terms of your evidence, we don't have that, do we?
That's true, but I think as Professor Ramsden pointed out, of the chemicals that are coming off there, that table was really being used to show that hydrofluoric acid was the most hazardous material being released, which is why I went on to talk about it further. So it was only being used to say, therefore we're going to choose hydrogen fluoride, which I talk about hydrogen fluoride anyway. And Professor Ramsden, I think, agreed that HF was a very toxic chemical released from a BESS fire.
Thank you. Now, one thing that Mr. Blunden left over to you was the concept of using water to disperse a vapour cloud.
Yes, he did.
Without going into the rest of the water calculations, we know from the site safety report that the water calculations used don't take into account the potential of water being used to disperse a vapour cloud.
Yeah, I believe that's the case.
Can you go to Mr. Jones's Appendix 10 to his proof? So it's CD 13.5.12. and then it's Appendix 10. So it should be a consultation response from West Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Service.
Sorry, I'd got that open as the other document, hadn't I? Because I couldn't find the one that you were talking about. So could you tell me the other document it was in as the appendix, please?
No, sorry, that was the DSFRS that was in the other document. This is just in Mr. Jones's proof. Do you have CD, have you got it electronically? Have you got 13.5.12, which is Mr. Jones's proof? Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah, if you could, that would be good.
Yes, I know I have the document in front of me.
Thank you. So this is a consultation response for a completely different site from July 2023. And if you scroll down to the second page, there's a heading, Firefighting and Tactical Response. Can you see that? And it says, the risks of vapor cloud, thermal runaway and explosion are unfortunately very real and are becoming more common as we see an increase in the number of BESS installations rise. There's currently no definitive or preferred way of putting out a lithium-ion fire. There are in effect two main options, one being to let it burn, the other being to use significant amounts of water for a protected period. In this case, should the let it burn approach be taken, it may create a chain reaction from one unit to the next. Therefore, even in this case, there's a high possibility that attending crews will require a large amount of water to protect the exposure risk and disperse the vapour cloud to ensure it remains below the explosive thresholds. And it goes on to say, likely to continue for a period of multiple hours. Now, I appreciate the details are different, but what this shows is that recently, at least one fire service recognises that using water to disperse a vapour cloud is a recognised firefighting tactic, doesn't it?
So this document is 3 years old, so it predates the recent updating guidance, and you've also accepted we have no details of this site. But having said all that, I also accept that using water on a vapour cloud is an accepted tactic used by the fire service.
Thank you. Okay, next and penultimate topic, which is the ability of firewater to get into the cabinets. So the context of this is if we go to your proof, paragraph 3.23. And you say there, the Quantum 1 BESS cabinet specified for the proposed development is designed to retain combustion products that don't exit the fire plume and battery chemicals within the fire-affected unit. And this is part of the reason why you reach the conclusion that boundary cooling water won't come into contact with the unit on fire and is like drinking tap water. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, as you explained yesterday in your evidence in chief, you haven't been personally present at a BESS fire event, have you?
No, I haven't.
So the confidence that you expressed there about boundary cooling water, as you put it in the fourth paragraph, you're confident that there will be no interaction between boundary cooling water and the interior of the affected BESS. That's not based on personal experience, having seen boundary cooled water being applied in a real life fire event, is it?
No, it's not. It's based on physics. So as I mentioned yesterday, it's about lots of hot gases coming out of out of a hole and water vapor trying to go in the opposite direction.
Yeah, but that's the vent at the top, and water coming in through the vent at the top as a possible source of access. But of course, there are others, aren't there?
Or the what, sorry?
Other ways in which water can get into a best cabinet that's on fire, besides the open panels up at the top.
There are vents lower down on the container. But again, if water were to ingress through there, then again, as was discussed in previous evidence, then the container is sealed anyway. So if water were to make its way into the container, it will be held within the container.
So, I mean, we're going to look at this in a bit more detail. Are you saying the boundary cooling water being applied to an adjacent cabinet, so 10 centimetres away, will not get into the best cabinet on fire? Are you confident that that water will not get into the cabinet on fire? And then we can explore it, but I just want to start off with your starting point.
It'll have a very difficult job getting into the hot cabinet where hot gases are being released.
Okay, well, let's see what the appellant said when they put the application in. Can you go to CD 1.36?
Is that the statement of case? Okay. Yes, I've got that.
Thank you. Can you go to page 25? So this sets out fire and rescue response scenarios. And can we go to the one that we're talking about here, which is scenario 4, which is a paragraph 3.37, single battery unit fire, boundary cooling of adjacent units. And the paragraph 3.38, it explains the tactics that will be used. And it says at the end, the potential exists to contact energized electrical components in battery enclosures, so fog patterns and water stream strategies will be agreed with the FRS and BESS SME. And that's right, isn't it? That the potential exists, and we will look at this in a bit more detail, but the potential exists, doesn't it, for water to enter into the cabinet on fire and exit the cabinet on fire.
Are you saying that's shown by 3.38?
I've shown you 3.38 and I'm asking you that question. The potential exists, doesn't it?
Yes, I said it would be difficult.
And in terms of what that's based on, in the absence of any personal direct experience of seeing this in action, we know that the large-scale fire tests didn't apply any boundary cooling water to the adjacent units, did they?
No, they didn't.
And the inspection after the test was focused on whether the fire propagated to the neighbouring units. It wasn't focused on whether the unit on fire was sealed and watertight, did it?
That's correct. That wasn't the role of the test, as Martin went into great detail yesterday. Mr. Blunden went into yesterday.
So in terms of any actual evidence, the large-scale fire tests don't tell us anything about whether we can be confident that there'll be no interaction, as you put it, between boundary cooling water and the interior of the affected BESS.
That's right. That wasn't the job of the large-scale fire test.
But we can get some indications from it. We're now in CD 9.2, CD 9.2 series, and it's the quantum HE report. I don't know if that.
Shall I let you know which numbers we think they should have? So the first document is the Quantum Cube Bespoke Unit Testing Revision 1. I think if we give that A. Yeah. Then that one?
So that's the, yeah,
Yeah.
that's the first one's the Quantum 1 large scale fire test.
Then that's B.
That's Quantum 1 UL9
Yeah.
54.
Then that one's next. I think we give that B, the UL9450A.
It's a mouthful.
B.
Yeah, so there's both Quantum 1.
Yeah. C. Yeah. C to that one, the CSA group report.
And that's the large scale fire test for the HE variant of the unit.
Yeah. And then that would be D.
Which is a summary of the fire test of the HE.
That's a summary of C.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, forgive me.
I think Mr. Gary has updated the core document list in line with Mr. Farmer, and so there's been one that's been circulated to the parties. I think, does that align with?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So if I'd be the first to test out our new numbering, I think we need to go to CD 9.2C, which is the CSA quantum HE report.
Yeah, this way. Fine, incorrect.
It should be the one, the first page is, it's this one, that one. And once you're there, if you go to, it's PDF page, well, there's a series of photos after the initial table that starts at PDF page 11. Unfortunately, the hard copy I don't think is numbered. Oh, it is. It's page, yeah. So the page number 11 of 69. There's a series of photos.
The page numbers are on the top.
Yes.
If you got that.
And we can see what happened during the test is, I think it was recorded and then sort of snapshot photos of the recording are then put in the report. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And if you go to page 21 of 69,
Yes, I've got that.
can you see figure 1.54, 1.55, 1.56, 1.57? And what this is saying and talking about is flaming being observed, not coming out of the vent, the panel up at the top, the deflagration panel, but between the initiating unit, the unit on fire, and the target unit. Can you see that?
Yes.
And maybe my physics isn't good, but if there's a flame between the units, that suggests that there's some structural damage to the sidewall of the initiating unit. It's not pristine, it's not undamaged. There must be some damage there to enable that fire to get out and be present between the initiating unit and the target unit.
I'm struggling to see the flame that you're referring to.
Well, if you look, are you on page 21? And can you see, if you start off with the captions of the photos, it says flaming observed between initiating unit and target unit 2. That's figure 1.54. 1.56 says continued flaming between initiating unit and target unit 2. Figure 1.57 says flaming moving lower in the space between initiating unit and target unit 2. Can you see all of the captions? Because what we then see in the photos is that happening, that there is a flame between the units that is then moving down lower. I mean, if you look at, for example, figure 1.57, you can see the flaming in between the units in the 10 centimetre gap.
Yes, that's right, I can see them now.
Yeah, and that's the same gap that the boundary cooling water would be applied to, isn't it? Because you'd be seeking to cool the adjacent unit.
You may not necessarily put cooling water into the gap. You're trying to cool the unit, so that would depend on various factors. You may, but it's not a definite that you would have to go in the gap.
Okay, well, May's good enough for me, given that we started off confident that there'd be no interaction between boundary cooling water and the initiating unit. But if you applied boundary cooling water there, which I would suggest would be somewhere that you'd want to, given it's the most sensitive face of the unit, that water will interact with the cabinet, won't it?
So,
If I could just have an answer and then whatever caveat you want. If you apply boundary cooling there, if you applied boundary cooling there, it would enter into the unit on fire, wouldn't it?
there is that potential, but that is not at the bottom of the container.
There's potential. I mean, there's a potential we'll finish by lunch. It's probably quite a low potential. There's a potential that we'll finish by 3 o'clock, which is a more likely potential. Okay, I'm saying that this is a very likely potential. That if you're applying boundary cooling water to the unit adjacent to the unit on fire, in this scenario here, which we're looking at, it will get into the unit on fire. A high potential.
I would take it a step back and say that because you can monitor the temperature using the addressable fire alarm system, that the incident commander at the incident would know whether boundary cooling water was required or not, because they would have a good view of the temperature of that cabinet. So they wouldn't just put boundary cooling on for the sake of it. They would have information to support whether they actually needed it or not.
Well, thank you for your step back. We're coming to that next, okay? And as you've said, and we'll come on to this, you recognise that there is a probability that boundary cooling water will be applied regardless of the fire alarm system, okay? So we'll come on to all of that. Let's assume we're in an instance where boundary cooling water is applied. Can I just have a direct answer to a very simple question? And we've all got the photos. If you apply boundary cooling water to the adjacent unit in that 10 centimetre gap, it will get into the unit on fire, won't it?
I'm not convinced it would still go through the gap, because you would still have hot gases trying to travel in the opposite direction. Just because there's a gap doesn't mean to say that the water would go through it. I was talking about the example of hot gases and flames coming out the top of the container. We're now talking about hot gases and flames coming out the side of the container, near the bottom, but not right at the bottom. And you would still have the same case, that you would have hot gases and flames coming one way and water spray trying to go in the opposite direction.
Well, Mr. Reynolds, we've seen the photos, we've heard your answers, and we know your direct experience with this. I wanted to go back then to the vents at the top, because it's recognised that they are a source of entry for rainwater at the very least, aren't they?
I don't believe that a BESS would be built. The facility has an IP rating. It's not my specialism, but I think in basic terms, it is waterproof. This is a container filled with lithium-ion batteries operating at high voltages. It is in the operator's interest to make sure that rainwater does not get into that container.
Okay. If there's a fire in a BESS unit, the way, as Mr. Blunden explained, is designed to passively operate, is that the panels at the top open. Yeah? And they will open if everything works as planned, and I explored with him whether that's likely. If everything works as planned, the panels open at the top, don't they?
Yes, that's right. They would be blown out by very low pressures. And I think there's photos in this test showing what they look like when they're open. But yes, there's two of them and they will do that.
Blowout, okay. So they're open. That is the source of entry for rainwater, isn't it? Into the cabinet. It's a simple question. Can I just have a simple answer?
No, because the hot gases and flames will be trying to go in the opposite direction.
Okay. Let's then go to Mr. Carpenter's proof, Appendix 4. So this is, it's an Environment Agency objection letter that he appends at his Appendix 4. It hasn't got a CD number, it's just in his proof.
I don't have that document.
It wasn't on the list. I wasn't anticipating that this would be 13.3.4, I think it is. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, what was the appendix or page number?
So it's Appendix 4. I don't know if it has a page number.
I've now got the appendix in front of me.
Brilliant. So we can see this is an EA consultation response from October last year. Mr. Carpenter's actually helpfully highlighted the bit I want to go to. They say, while in the event of a fire to BESS, we believe it's best practice to let the battery containers to burn out. It's likely water will be used to cool neighbouring containers to prevent them also combusting. The water could enter burning containers through surface runoff or directly from spray cooling neighbouring containers. Furthermore, during or following a fire at a BESS development, rainwater could enter exposed containers during the period of time it takes to remove them or cover burnt out containers. And again, that's right, isn't it? That there is a risk of rainwater entering both during the fire, but also in the period of time after the fire's taken place.
I've already disagreed with the point about rainwater entering during the fire. Post-fire, my argument about hot gases and flames going in the opposite direction will be taken away. So yes, if you have a container and you have a hole in the top of the container, then rain could enter that. But I would imagine as part of remediation that it would make sense for, once the fire is extinguished, for a tarpaulin to be placed over that hole in the top of the container. That's often what happens post-incidents after all kinds of fires.
Yeah, and none of this is instant, is it? And in that period, when you have boundary cooling water being applied 10 centimetres away, rainwater potentially coming in during the fire, there is a very real potential that water is going to interact with these batteries and exit the unit. That's a very real potential, isn't it?
No, I disagree.
Well, we've seen your position and we've seen the position of other statutory consultees. I'll leave that there. The final few questions is about the fire alarm system that you just wanted to take me to, and I'm going to now take you to it. So can we see what the Devon and Somerset Fire and Rescue Service say about this? So it's CUD 1.36.
Sorry, that, for some reason, the appendix isn't in my copy of 1.36. But there is another reference to this document, isn't there, I think?
I think actually, Mr. Reynolds, and apologies, it's my fault because I should have taken you here. I think the bit I want to go to, you've actually extracted in your proof. Let me just double check. Sorry, that's my fault for not doing it that way. Yeah, it is. It's your paragraph 3.9. So if we go to that instead. Apologies for that. You got that?
Yes, I'm now looking at paragraph 3.9 of my proof.
Yeah, and they talk at the end about the potential for relatively efficient application of water. And if we see how they get there, they say it's assumed that the monitoring equipment provided in each battery cabinet will provide real-time temperature information that can be used to inform operational crews whether water application is required or not. If information to this level is available during an incident, this could lead to relatively efficient application of water to achieve boundary cooling objectives. So,
Sorry, Mr. Parkinson, where in the actual document are you?
oh, sorry, madam. It is under the heading environmental impacts. So it's page 4 or 5 at the bottom. Sorry.
Could I just comment that when you're reading from the screen, you're facing away from the microphone, so it's very difficult to hear what you're saying. I appreciate you are reading my paragraph, but it's just to make you aware.
That is helpful, thank you. Did you hear, are you in the right place?
Yes, I'm looking at paragraph 3.9.
Thank you. So the position of the fire service is that if that monitoring equipment gave that real-time information, it could lead to a relatively efficient application of water to achieve boundary cooling objectives. That's as far as they went, isn't it?
Sorry, what was the end of your question?
That's as far as the fire service was willing to go. If that information was available, it could lead to relatively efficient application of water.
Yes, that's what they stated.
And they didn't go further to explain how much more efficient, what that would mean in terms of water quantities, water volumes, did they?
No.
And if that information wasn't available, you accept in your proof, don't you, that water would be applied, boundary water would be applied continuously?
No, that's not correct. So there are various ways of checking the temperature of a cabinet inside an adjacent BESS unit. A gold standard of doing that is with an addressable fire alarm system, which has temperature readings in addressed individual cabinets, and that, as the Fire and Rescue Service accept, is a great way of trying to reduce the amount of cooling water used. In the absence of that, which in many other fires involving BESS or not BESS, then there are other tactics to do that. One is to use a thermal imaging camera, and the other one is a spray test. So you put water on the side of the container, and if it evaporates, then it must be warm. If it doesn't evaporate, then it's not warm. So there are other ways of measuring the temperature of a cabinet to reduce the amount of cooling water. But an addressable fire alarm system is a gold standard.
Yeah, Mr. Reynolds, the reason why I didn't think that would be a controversial question is if you look at your paragraph 3.27, you say, it's my view that without the fire alarm system, the attending fire service commander would be more likely to take a conservative approach and apply boundary cooling for the duration of the best fire. So that's why I said to you, it was agreed that without the fire alarm system, that would be the approach adopted. So is that your evidence or is that not your evidence?
I say more likely, I don't say they definitely will, and there are alternatives to that system.
And my question was more likely. If the fire alarm system isn't working, it is more likely, to quote Mr. Reynolds, that the fire service commander will apply boundary cooling for the duration of the fire. That's the position, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Those are all my questions.
You okay, Mr. Reynolds? Just a couple of questions from me.
Sorry, I was just trying to tidy up my desk and take a breath.
That's all right. Do you need a moment?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
So the remote fire alarm systems that we've just been talking about, the gold standard, who owns it?
It is owned by the operator of the site. It's part of the installation, so the same way that they own all the other safety devices on site that, again, have already been discussed and will be discussed, I'm sure, over the next few days. So it is, to answer your question, madam, it is owned by the operator. It's not a fire service piece of kit. It is an operator piece of equipment.
And do you know how the fire service's access to it is secured?
There is a control panel on site, so they can see on that control panel on the site. So there will be, for an example, the reason we talk about it being addressable is that there's a unit number, and it'll say for that unit on the map of the site that in that unit, this is the temperature, this is the level of carbon monoxide, this is the level of hydrogen, etc., etc.
So someone has to get to the site to see the control panel.
It's also possible to have off-site access to these type of systems. I couldn't state specifically that that would be available in this design. I haven't seen any information about whether it's available remotely or not, but it would certainly be available on the site, and somebody would be on site. But the fire service would be on site anyway, doing what they're doing in the event of a fire.
Thank you. And although you keep referring it to as the gold standard, would I be right to form an impression that with the 10 centimetre separation distance between the units, that it becomes more of a necessary level of standard rather than any of the standards are all suitable, or do you say that doesn't matter?
I don't think the 10 centimetre, you could argue that if you didn't have the safety features of the 10 centimetres, then it would be a greater requirement, madam. I see that the 10 centimetre is an additional layer of fire protection. But if you had adjacent units on site without 10 centimetre gaps between them, it would be very useful. It would be a gold standard to have an addressable fire alarm system. So like whatever BESS you have, and if you have several distinct units on a BESS facility, it is a gold standard to have individual monitoring available to the emergency services during an incident. If anything, in this case, it helps that these containers, the propagation of fire from one container to another is less.
Thank you. A slightly different question that I had from my notes from yesterday. What consideration of contaminants from leakage paths has there been? It says Mr. Blunden, in response to a question about another incident, said something to the effect of that was a different situation. There was a leakage path, and so I just wondered what consideration of contaminants from that scenario has there been?
Forgive me, madam, I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Okay, so we've been concerned with a fire caused in the actual unit, haven't we? And as I understand it, that there are other cases where incidents have been caused by the escape of noxious of materials via other routes, perhaps cable trunks.
Okay, I see what you mean. So my understanding is in this design is that there are cable trunks between individual units, but they automatically close. They passively close. You don't have to activate them. I believe there are materials in there that will swell or melt and close those interconnecting conduits between different containers. So I think if in relation to the, I agree now. I think I remember it now from Mr. Blunden's conversation. He was talking about those paths, and in this case, my understanding is that those paths passively close in the event of a fire. Nobody has to activate them. The materials that are used will perform in a way in a fire that closes off those potential pathways. If I may add as well, I think that is referred to in the large-scale fire test where it does make a comment where I think it talks about that the conduits close during the fire. Sorry, they don't close, they are blocked off.
Okay, thank you. And then yesterday when I was listening to you, you mentioned about the substances, PFAS, being incinerated, I think was your word, as that being a likely scenario. And I think you made reference to there being oxygen present. Earlier in the inquiry, I've heard that that the fires can be sustained or reignite without oxygen. So can you help me in understanding a little more, please?
Yes, of course. So the two things that you say are both correct, but I don't see that they are connected in any way. So it is very true, when a lithium-ion battery goes into thermal runaway, and Professor Ramsden went into great depth about what thermal runaway was, during thermal runaway, batteries, although lithium-ion batteries, although less likely the LFP batteries that are being used in this case, do have the potential to create their own oxygen, and that can be a difficulty if you try and use a suppression method that removes the oxygen. So if you want to extinguish a fire, you look at the fire triangle, you have three sides. One of those sides is oxygen. If you remove that, the fire will extinguish. And lithium-ion batteries, because certainly NMC type batteries have the potential to release their own oxygen, that can make that more difficult. So I think that is where these batteries have their potential to release their own oxygen comment came from, which I think might have been said by Professor Ramsden. In this case, we are using lithium iron phosphate batteries, which are less likely, and I think again, Professor Ramsden accepted that the batteries being proposed here are seen as a safer alternative to NMC type lithium ion batteries. And so in this case, these batteries wouldn't be releasing their own oxygen. So the conversation about incineration, again, similar to the fire triangle, if I want to destroy something, if I want to destroy a PFAS and I look at the fire triangle, I need heat, I need oxygen, and I need a fuel source. So I've got the heat because it's on fire, I've got the fuel because the fuel is the PFAS, and what I need is oxygen. But 21% of the atmosphere is oxygen anyway, so normally that is plentiful enough to support combustion, which is why buildings burn down, because there's enough oxygen around to support combustion. In this case, so they both involve oxygen, but they're separate related issues. One is about just the conditions to burn PFAS. One is about the fact that certain types of lithium-ion batteries, not the ones being used here, have the ability to release oxygen when they go into thermal runaway.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Reynolds.
Good morning. Sorry, could I just ask, Madam, you raised a question yesterday about my paragraph 4 point. Is it 6.10?
6.10, thank you. Yes, I did. Did you have a look at it?
Yes, I did, and I have a response for you if that's
Yes,
if
please.
now is a good time to do that. So in section 6, I was talking about the framework, and I mentioned the framework yesterday regarding that if you do end up with some contaminated water, then it's not just, it now becomes contaminated water, and there's a whole framework of legislation that controls what happens to that water. In paragraph 6.10, I was making reference to the fact that fire water, that the fire service fire water can be discharged to control waters. It's not classed as effluent like other water is, and there's reasons for that. But the point which I wanted to make about that is that although the fire service are exempt from discharging, for being, they have a defence against the offence of pollution if they discharge fire water somewhere. But there are caveats that go with that defence. So it has to be an emergency, and which it also, they have to take reasonable steps to avoid pollution, and they have to inform the regulator, normally, well, in this part of the world, the Environment Agency, as soon as possible. So the point which I was planning to lead on to, and the only reason I use that extract from UK Water is that it's very difficult to find publicly available information regarding what happens with fire water. And that was an example, but what I failed to add on was the point that I've just made. But I see that as a positive in this case, because we've talked about, and I'm sure it will be talked about more, about the containment and the potential recirculation opportunity for firewater. Then it's almost like the fire service, because they have to take reasonable steps, then it would be reasonable if they had been shown on a site visit like how to recirculate water, and that the facility was there to recirculate water. It would be reasonable for the fire service to consider recirculating water, which helps the argument about overtopping and whether you use 200 cubic meters of water or 5,000 cubic meters of water. So I appreciate the opportunity to add that further clarity to paragraph 6.10.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Just a few questions, Mr. Reynolds. You were taken to document 13.3.4, which was the Environment Agency consultation response to another scheme. Do you still have that in front of you?
No, I think somebody showed it me on their laptop. Or
The hard copy of
Appendix to one of the Rule 6 proofs, I think.
yes, I have that in front of me now.
Okay, so firstly, what is proposed here?
It looks like it is a solar farm.
And what is proposed in the appeal scheme?
It is a BESS.
And did the Environment Agency provide a consultation response to the appeal scheme?
I don't think they did.
Well, if I could just ask you to turn to core document 3.1, just to bottom this out. It's the committee report.
Yes, I've got 3.1 in front of me now.
And if I could ask you to turn to page 20, there are no internal paginations, it's page 20 PDF.
If you just bear with me, I'll download the document because I was trying to read it online and it's taking too long. Thank you. I have a copy of it in front of me now. Thank you.
Okay, so can you see the penultimate entry at the bottom of that page says Environment Agency, and underneath it says no response received?
Yes, I can see that.
So in that context, how useful is the consultation response from the Environment Agency to the other scheme that you were taken to in the context of this appeal scheme?
It seems that it isn't useful at all.
Thank you. Similar question in relation to core document 13.5.12, and this was the West Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Service response. Do you have that still?
I'm afraid I don't. I can quickly download it. I have that in front of me now.
My apologies. I think in your cross-examination, you referred to it as not being recent. Can I just ask you to explain what you meant by that?
Yes, I think I made the clarification because it was described as a recent application. And everything is relative, but this is dated, you can see on that document, it's dated July 2023. That is nearly 3 years old. And you could argue whether 3 years is a long time or not, but I would propose that 3 years is a long time in the world of BESS and guidance from the NFCC, etc. And as has been discussed over the last few days, new guidance was released at the end of 2025.
So again, in the context of this appeal scheme, how useful do you think this consultation response is?
I think it's out of date and therefore, or it's been superseded and therefore it's not very useful.
Thank you. You were asked a few questions about the quantity of PFAS in a BESS. And I think you referred to being aware of PFAS in cells, and it was put to you that it might be present in other elements. In your examination yesterday, you referred to separate PFAS in the separator and the binder. So I just wanted to be clear what you say that the PFAS would be in a BESS.
Yes, so to clarify the point, the cell contains the binder and it contains the separator. So the binder and the separator are part of the cell. So, and as we discussed, there was an overestimation about what quantity of those may have been there by Professor Ramsden, but I think we cleared that up in the discussions yesterday. That was much smaller than proposed, but they, for the avoidance of doubt, they are part of the lithium-ion battery cells. They are not a wider, like the separator isn't something which exists outside of the batteries in the BESS unit.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. You were taken to core document 12.12, which was the 4-page extract from a DESNES report. Do you have that?
I think I can remember it anyway. I've got that in front of me now, thank you.
And you were taken to 8.3.2.2, thermal runaway risk, which is on page 3, and there were a couple of paragraphs that you were referred to there.
Sorry, I thought I'd just opened it. I've opened the wrong document. My machine's telling me it's opened it, but it hasn't. Yes, I've got that in front of me now, thank you.
So, firstly, towards the bottom of that page, so it says it 129 of 171, but it's page 3 of the PDF. there's a line that says, when applying for the planning permission of a grid scale best site. Can you see that line? Yes, I can. And it says applicants are encouraged to liaise with local fire and rescue services before submission. Did that happen in this case?
Yes, I think we saw plenty of evidence yesterday from Mr. Blunden that that had happened.
And what do we know about the local fire and rescue services position?
I think they had no objections, and they, as we discussed in my cross-examination, they were actually, they viewed the addressable fire alarm system favourably.
Thank you. And the final question then on CD 1.36. It's also the consultation response from DSFRS. I know it's in a couple of different places. But it's Appendix 2 of 136.
Yes, sorry, thank you. I've got it in front of me now.
Thank you. So you were taken right at the very beginning to the section under environmental impacts, which is, I think, on the 4th page. And it was in the context of your examination in chief and postulating a scenario in which no boundary cooling was required. And you were taken to the 3rd paragraph there, which says defensive boundary cooling where water is used to cool cabinets neighbouring the one affected is the most likely. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Now, later in your evidence, you were taken to the following paragraph. I just wanted to ask you the second line there. It is assumed that the monitoring equipment provided in each battery cabinet will provide real-time temperature information that can be used to inform operational crews whether water application is required or not. What is your understanding of that in relation to the previous comment and the likely requirement for boundary cooling?
So the fact that this installation has an addressable fire alarm system is in line with that comment made in the last paragraph on environmental impacts, and it will help with efficient application of water to achieve boundary cooling for this proposed installation.
And in regard to the fire alarm system, the addressable system that we've talked about, how could that be secured against a planning permission if granted through the appeal?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Let me put it. Would it be possible to secure it by a planning condition?
I would imagine it would, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds, you are now released. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, shall we take a short break now whilst we get ourselves organised for later? When we come back, can someone just give me a reference for me to be looking at for the addressable fire alarm system? It details in the planning application what there is.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, to see where it's proposed, to be at the moment, that would be in core document 1.36. There is a plan on page 24, figure 3.1.
It's also in Mr. Reynolds' proof, I think. Just above paragraph 3.11. You can see the various exclusion zones, and then you can also see where the panel would be. It's that one there. So those are the exclusion zones, and then the panel's up here.
There's text that follows within the same core document 1.36. That's on page 20 of the PDF. It starts on page 18 of the internal document or 19 of the PDF under the heading Inbuilt Fire Risk Mitigation and Management. Sets out the standard equipment from 3.10.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are now going to break until 12 o'clock, and then we will be back in session. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have 12 o'clock back on the council's clock. Microsoft's at 12:01. We are now reconvened, and in a moment we are going to return to the evidence. Can I just ask the action group, Mr. Parkinson, did you look at the BAT note overnight?
I'm going to hand over to Mr. Jones, who's going to answer.
Are you content? Thank you very much for that. Marvellous. Then, Miss Osmond-Smith, may I ask you to call your witness? I think we're going back to hydrology, are we?
We're going back to, yes, hydrology and controlled water pathways to learn a bit about the drainage system. So we're going to bring that to life in the next hour.
I'm sorry, Miss Osmond-Smith, I have remembered one other point. I just want to check again with interested parties if there's anyone who has come who would like to address the inquiry today. No. Sorry, please start again, Miss Osmond-Smith.
Yes, thank you very much. So I'm going to call Mr. Rigby and I'll ask Mr. Rigby to take his oath first and then we'll talk about the documents that we're likely to need. So, Mr. Rigby, over to you.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Rigby. Then the doctors that we may well need are the proofs of evidence from Mr. Rigby and Mr. Carpenter and their rebuttal proofs of evidence. The FRA is at core document 129 and at 178 is the surface water drainage strategy drawing. We may need the NFCC guidance, wherever you have that or access to it, it's just in a number of different places. Core document 12.21 is the large Syria document that was handed up yesterday. We may need the statement of common ground, which is core document 4.7.1. The environmental risk assessment, that's core document 1.26. And I think that probably is enough to get going with. So with that, I'll introduce Mr. Rigby from his proof of evidence, section 1 executive summary, where you tell us you are Joshua Rigby, Associate Director at Arthian Limited. You've been instructed as the appellant's hydrology, drainage and controlled waters pathways expert in respect of the appeal proposals.
That's correct.
You set out that the application was refused in May on the sole ground that it had not been demonstrated that in the event of a fire, pollution of aquifers and or watercourses could be prevented contrary to various policies of the plan. At 1.1.4, you note the council's withdrawal, but say that you provide this evidence to assist the inspector in understanding the technical basis for concluding that the proposed development does not present a credible pathway for contamination of controlled waters. You say that your evidence addresses the pathway element of the source pathway receptor framework. Mr. Blunden and Mr. Reynolds addressed the source in their evidence, with Mr. Reynolds specifically addressing the risk of firefighting water runoff contamination. Your role is to assess whether a credible pathway exists from a firefighting water source to controlled water receptors and whether the pathway is broken by design. And then you talk about Mr. Lester and Mr. Fellows and their respective qualifications. So that's all true and correct. I don't need to take you to another statement of truth because you've given your oath already. So welcome to the stand, Mr. Rigby.
Thank you.
Right, so the first question, you didn't design the drainage scheme in this case.
I did not.
On that basis, to what extent do you agree the strategy as prevented that you've commented on throughout your evidence is capable of achieving what it's supposed to do, that is, the containment of firewater if the situation arises?
I believe the concept as it's presented in the drainage strategy is expected to do, which is to provide the containment of surface water during the normal day-to-day operation of the site, and containment of fire water in the unlikely event of a fire.
We've got what's called a surface water drainage strategy. That's shown on core document 178, and I want to come and look at that in detail in due course. But we've got the word strategy. How is the detail of this going to be resolved, and what do you expect to see at that stage?
So what is normal for a typical planning application is for a strategy to be undertaken for the drainage. The drainage strategy is there to prove, based on the site constraints, that a feasible drainage strategy is available to the site. It differs from the detailed design, and most sites that I work on tend to have a drainage condition attached to them, and it's one of the final conditions that tends to be discharged, for the very reason that sites evolve during the application process, and the drainage may have to evolve with it. So the councils, the LPAs expect that confidence that they have the ability to be able to change that design up until the very point where the site is being constructed.
And what do you say about the level of detail that's been provided as part of this case? What confidence does it provide that the strategy is capable of working?
For the submission of a planning application such as this, the level of detail is significant. It's extremely robust compared to most applications of a similar level.
Just delving into that a little bit more, have you worked on sites that sit above aquifers before?
Yes.
Does that present an insurmountable obstacle to the creation of a drainage system to prevent any water that shouldn't be getting into controlled waters running off site?
No, if you look at the source protection zone mapping and zoom out on a countrywide scale, you'll see that it covers a very significant portion of the country. The reason for the source pathway receptor model is that we assess the receptors, their sensitivity, but also the source and pathway that could potentially impact that. The reason why that exists is to ensure that there is a proper level of protection to the potential to potential receptors downstream of a site. So it's the fact that a source protection zone exists does not preclude development and should not preclude development.
Just on that source protection zone, you said then, are we in a source protection zone?
Do not believe so, no.
Are we in any zone mapped by the EA for protection of water, groundwater, source water?
I haven't looked at all, but it's not within a source protection zone or drinking water protection zone.
Have you got any examples of other schemes where you've had to provide a drainage scheme this comprehensive in terms of capacity and containment at this stage, that is before the detailed design subject to condition?
I've worked on several BESS schemes, and all the way up to the kind of NSIP DCO level, and they require a similar level of interrogation. The only other types of scheme that require the level of scrutiny that this particular scheme is receiving are coma sites, large hazardous potential sites.
What about other sites that you've worked on? Or I should say this, have you worked on other sites that have the potential to release compromised firewater if a fire event were to occur?
All built development sites have the potential to release contamination. A single residential property can set on fire. A large oil refinery can set on fire. The level of assessment that is required. I've worked on many residential retail schemes. None of those level of schemes have ever required a assessment of firewater.
So given we have this assessment here and a drainage system proposed that will contain any runoff, certainly on your evidence that comes from a fire event within a closed system, what confidence can the inspector have in this case that that issue is properly addressed?
The concept as it is provided provides the level of comfort that it has been addressed or considered from the very conceptual stage of the scheme. Obviously, the condition that will be applied to the site, if it is successful, will provide further protection to the LPA, or further confidence that the LPA can have control over what is finally delivered.
So 1.1.11 of your proof is where you say that there's no complete and credible pathway by which firefighting water runoff could reach controlled waters. The site design prevents any such pathway from forming. In addition, natural processes would further reduce any potential contaminants, and emergency response measures provide an additional layer of protection. Together, these measures ensure that a pollutant linkage is not established. So there's a few different features that you rely on there. You've got containment, you've got the ground conditions, and you've also got operational firefighting approach from which you understand would be applied here. And I want to go through those, but the first thing I'd like to do, turning up your rebuttal proof, because I think there's a useful drawing on page 8. So it's page 8, you've got figure 1, drainage schematic as proposed, and then we've got the surface water drainage strategy plan at core document 1.78. And what I'd like you to do, please, is go through the strategy and just explain in really clear terms how this system is designed to work, and also how it's designed to prevent water from moving off-site.
So Mr. Carpenter covered this quite well yesterday, but I'll repeat it. The site is separated into 2 drainage zones. There is the zone 1, which I'll talk through now. It includes the upper drainage blanket, which is essentially a gravel-filled basin that is lined. Water that is collected on that will drain through a throttled orifice plate, which again, Mr. Carpenter described as a hole in a plate, which is correct.
I think if we're going to do this and be really helpful in understanding the design, talking about it is one thing. I want to see it on the plan. So if you're talking about the throttle, take me to 1.78 and tell me where that throttle is, so we can really understand what's going on here.
Okay, so the top gravel blanket at the right-hand corner of that, where the swale is exiting from that blanket, there is a manhole that has a orifice plate within it. So water will hit the gravel. It will eventually hit that throttle. The water will flow through that, but also back up as the water is coming down quicker than the throttle will allow. The throttled water then flows into the top of that swale. The swale passes it eastward towards the pond. The pond then starts to fill up as that water passes through it at a throttled rate. Slowly that water will infill the pond until it reaches the hydrobrake chamber, which is sat at the southern end, the bottom of the pond. That hydrobrake then releases water down an enclosed pipe to another chamber, which contains the penstock valve, which can be isolated in the event of a fire, and that then flows off into another swale, which passes off into the local watercourses to the south-east of the site. So at every stage of this tiered approach, water is being retained, slowed, retained again, slowed, and then isolated. On the Zone 2, which is the area, the two-tiered areas to the east of the site, southeast of the site, the middle tier, so the left-hand tier of that, again, is a gravel-filled blanket. If you imagine a shallow pool, infilled with gravel. That then passes through another throttled pipe. So it will be a manhole with an orifice plate in it again, which throttles water. It cascades down into another.
So that's the structures that we see.
Yes, apology.
On the down wall. In the middle, on the check down wall, yeah?
Yes, apologies. So the blue kind of spindly thing, for a better way of describing it as it's presented, is essentially a pipe connecting the two. On either end there is a manhole. On the left-hand manhole there is an orifice plate which will be on the downstream extent of that manhole, so where the water is leaving that manhole. Beyond that there are collecting facilities, essentially if you imagine an egg crate or a milk crate. That sits within the gravel blanket, and that's where the water is kind of collected so that it can pass through that pipe. That then cascades down onto the lower terrace, which is the right-hand side terrace. Again, another gravel-filled pool, which then water will build up in that until it gets to the control feature at the southern end of that feature. First, that hits the penstock valve again, so another manhole with another control valve sat on the outfall of that. And then beyond that is another pipe which passes to the swale, which connects the site to the local watercourses.
Thank you very much for that. So just to be clear, where do you say the pathway breaks are in this design? How many are there?
There's several. So initially, when the water falls onto the gravel blanket or the drainage blanket, we have the impermeable liner, the throttle. Sorry, I'll reset. This is for Zone 1. The drainage blanket has beneath it an impermeable liner. The throttle on the right-hand side of that, on the eastern side of that drainage blanket, is another control measure. The pond itself will retain water and throttle it before it gets to its hydro brake. The hydro brake is another throttling feature which controls the flow of water from it, and then the penstock at the end of it is another control which ends the drainage system. And then again, on the middle tier, you've got the 64mm orifice plate, which if you imagine is quite a small hole. That is a throttle, and then the throttle at the penstock on the southern end of that isolates that Zone 2.
So we've got what I'll perhaps call vertical migration of water, and we've got lateral. And you've described the systems that prevent all of those movements. The vertical is the impermeable liner for the drainage system and for the attenuation basin. And criticism has been made that, well, actually, there's a product listed here which is not impermeable. Can I get your response to that, please?
Yes, it's exactly the kind of thing that a drainage condition is designed to flag. So it is a specification of a product. The wording within the drawing and the concept behind it is that it is to prevent the vertical migration of water from the drainage system into the ground, and therefore, by nature, it has to be impermeable, and therefore, it will be captured by that.
And then in terms of the penstocks that prevent the lateral migration of water off-site, how do they work?
So penstock valves in general, it's a generic term that is generally associated with control valves. They come in all forms and sizes, but essentially you will see them on most reservoirs or lakes that you go to. It's the feature that you see with a corkscrew at the top that drives down a gate into to essentially prevent water from leaving it. It's a physical barrier within the manhole. Some penstocks have leakage rates. But again, it's a specification. There are products on the market which will be used, captured within the condition that a fully isolatable, self-actuating valve should be installed and will be installed on sites such as this.
And is that something that you've proposed elsewhere as a means of containment that's been accepted?
Yes, it gets flagged often that penstocks can leak, and when you need full isolation of a system, you need to specify a specific BS standard of valve. There's many on the market. There's the Sandfield toggle block, which is a fully isolatable rated valve. Any valves such as those should be spec'd so that it provides the containment that the system requires.
And is this a system which is capable of being maintained and withstanding a fire event if it were to happen?
I believe so, yes.
And how does that maintenance practically, how does that take place?
So with all submissions of a drainage strategy, the condition will always specify or require a maintenance plan to go along with that strategy. They all vary. It depends on the products that are spec'd as part of the final design, which is why it's usually quite generic at this stage, and then at the design stage, it's something that is firmed up as a more detailed plan that is given to the operator. But things like valves should be checked on a quarterly basis. The liner will be checked on a basis that is recommended by the manufacturer, or even sooner. All aspects of the drainage will be checked and maintained so that it remains and it maintains its efficacy during its lifetime.
Before we get on to looking at the capacity of this system in terms of the volume of water that it can hold, on the plan that we have at core document 1.7H, there are things called check dams. And I want to understand, please, where those arise on site and what they achieve practically.
You can imagine the check dam is essentially a curb. They are a curb type system that will surround each individual drainage blanket. So there are 3 drainage blankets, each with a surrounding check dam.
Does that have any effect on the capacity of those areas?
Yes, it has a significant impact. It's not considered within the drainage design, but it is there as a fallback, so that if you imagine you have, again, your swimming pool, it is filled with 300 mil of gravel, and there's another 300 mil above that, that is the check dam. So the volume, as Mr. Carpenter described yesterday, you can work out the volume for the gravel area as the area of the drainage blanket multiplied by a porosity of 0.3, and then you multiply it by the depth. So on the upper blanket, the total capacity of the gravel is nearly 1,000 meters cubed, or 1 million litres.
Take this back a bit, and we're going to do this in stages, because there were some figures presented in your proof, and then I think additional modelling was undertaken for the rebuttal. And I just want to understand the figures that we come out with, so we can be really clear on the level of capacity that we're talking about. So within your proof, please go to I think it starts at page 12, and you've got table 1, total storage capacity in the drainage system. Forgive me, so your proof of evidence and also your rebuttal proof of evidence, if you have both of those things in front of you.
Sorry, I have those now.
You have those. Okay, thank you very much. So the first is in your proof of evidence. It's table 1 on page 12. And the rebuttal is page 10. Section 4 of your proof, you've got table 1 there.
Yep.
So I just want to see what's included and what's excluded from this, because for the figure given for the attenuation basin in table 1 of your proof is 684 metres cubed, and that's then the figure is given as 765 in your rebuttal proof of evidence. So which is the right figure?
It's 765. The figure from the original proof was of a simplistic geometry that was provided by the initial design for the site. When we were running the subsequent calculations, the geometry was further refined, which is where the additional capacity came from. It's not a change in the pond, it is simply a change in the calculation methodology and the simplified geometry between the two submissions.
And then I think the other two stay the same, which is essentially the middle and lower terrace have 314 metres cubed of volume each.
Yes.
What's not listed in here is the upper terrace drainage blanket. What's the capacity of that?
It's exactly 999.9 metres cubed, or if we round it up to 1,000 metres cubed, which is 1 million litres.
And why wasn't that included in these calculations?
So initially, because of the throttle being 124 millimetres, and over the lifetime of, so post-incident, after many hours, without control, the upper blanket will drain down to the pond. So I put the pond as being the ultimate attenuation for an incident that occurred on the top terrace, because over a set period of time, it will drain down and end up in the pond under the current design.
Okay, so, but when talking about the total capacity in the system, what should be included and what is that total volume of capacity?
All elements of the attenuation should be included, which provides a total capacity in the entire system, a dry capacity, if you will, of 2,392.7 metres cubed, or 2,392,000 litres.
Forgive me, that's the figure at 1.1.4 of your rebuttal proof in that final bullet. Did you say 2393?
Yes.
Okay, so we know what goes into that figure of 2393. Talk to me then about the check dams and the modelling that was carried out as part of your rebuttal proof and what that demonstrates, because I think Mr. Carpenter's point yesterday was that the particular vulnerability is the lower terrace. If there's a fire down there, the rest of the capacity is effectively, I'm going to say upstream. I'm sure that's horribly technically wrong, but it's in a different location on site and the water is not going to travel by gravity to those locations. So what's the answer to that?
So for the lower terrace specifically, it does benefit from the check dams that are provided on the drawing. The check dams, again, are the 300mm curbing that's sat around and above the gravel. So the gravel itself provides the 314 metres cubed, 340,000 litres of capacity, but then the 300mm of latent capacity within the check dams provides a free volume. So if you multiply the area by 0.3, which is that additional capacity above the gravel, you get an additional 747 metres cubed, which provides a total of 1,060 metres cubed within the lower blanket when you include both the gravel and the check dam. So just to provide that in litres, again, it's 1,060,000 litres of available capacity on that lower terrace.
So just going through that modelling that you've undertaken from 4.5 in your rebuttal proof, page 11, what you've addressed, I think, is the modelling results based on a fire occurring on different terraces. And can you set out where we get to then with those scenarios? What happens? Because we can see in table 2 that you've got surcharges in certain places within your table as the status, and then you've gone on to explain what that means and how that's contained in the text below.
So if we're talking specifically about the surcharges, so what the table is showing is, if we move to the lower blanket first, during a fire event plus a 1 in 2 year 48-hour rainfall event, you get 65 millimetres of surcharging above the gravel. So what that means is you've got the 300 mil curb that's sat above the gravel, so you would use 65 mil of that. So it would manifest itself as, it would look like a flat pond of water that would be 65 millimetres deep on top of the gravel. It wouldn't breach the curbing or the check dams that are around the site. It would be contained within them during that extremely rare potential event. During the same event, if there is a fire on the upper terrace, over time with equilibrium, as water is flowing freely between the upper check dammed drainage blanket, over time it would flow down through that throttled area, which is providing time. But eventually it would get to the basin, and during that significant rainfall event plus a fire, the brim of the pond could surcharge, and there could be surcharging of the pond in that scenario based on the design as it's currently presented.
Forgive me, so what's the answer to that then, to avoid overtopping in the pond area?
So there's two potential solutions. Operationally, the fire department, as they're attending site, if it is raining and they are observing the fact that the pond is getting towards its bank top state, or it's filling up essentially, and there's a potential for it to overtop, it would be, operationally, they would take that water and redistribute it around the site where there is latent capacity. I can't envisage a situation by which the fire department would not take action to prevent off-site or the overspill from that pond from just being allowed to freely flow across the site. The site does or will or could benefit from a drainage condition. A simple modification to the design, such as another penstock essentially at the throttled outfall of the drainage blanket, would solve the situation entirely. The water would be retained within the upper drainage blanket. As the pond filled up, the penstock would be closed, and then the capacity of the upper drainage blanket would be freely available. And it's the 1,000 metres cubed plus the 3,333 metres cubed that is available within the check dammed area. So it provides a total capacity within that upper terrace of 4,332 metres cubed, or 4,332,000 litres of latent capacity that is available in that upper terrace.
Is this set out somewhere?
Set out anywhere? And if not, can we have those figures a bit more slowly?
Those figures aren't written in the rebuttal, no, but it's a simple calculation of area based on the check dams.
I'd like a note of those actually written down. I don't know, but you're testing me anyway at this moment. It seems to me that they're at your fingertips in your head for you to be able to do that. I'd actually like us to take a few minutes adjournment so we can get them printed out and we can have a look at them whilst you're talking to them. Is that okay?
Do you have those figures written out in a document?
I've written them out by hand.
Mr. Parkinson.
Madam, I was also going to suggest, I mean, obviously I'm going to ask Mr. Rigby questions. Once I've done all of that, I think it would be very helpful just to have an agreed note on capacity on each terrace, how many hours of firefighting that equates to, because I think all of that can be agreed. I don't know if we're there yet, so that you've got it all set out in one document. But that will have to follow, I think, the questions I've asked.
So does it help to have a note now of what Mr. Rigby is actually saying to us beforehand, or not?
I think it does. I think it definitely does. I mean, if it helps, Mr. Carpenter doesn't have any concern about the upper terrace basin overtopping. You'll note he didn't deal with that in his evidence in chief, and that is something that we accept can be dealt with by condition in the way that's been suggested. The concern relates to the middle and lower terraces, and that's what Mr. Carpenter, do you remember he set out his figures? So if there are competing figures for the capacity of the middle and lower terraces, then that would definitely be helpful to have in writing now.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to understand the capacity with the check dams for the middle and lower terrace, if that increases the capacity, which I think is what Mr. Rigby is saying. That would probably be useful to have.
Carpenter's figures yesterday included the check dams. Or at least we think they do.
Right. Yeah, I don't think they do. So maybe.
So then we will need something in writing now. Yeah.
Okay, right. Mr. Rigby, you've got a note. You've got your handwritten notes. So I would like you to send those notes to your barrister, and then we can have those circulated so that we can follow them whilst you're explaining them to us. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, so if you just stay there and do that, and we'll just have a few minutes adjournment whilst we get that sorted. We should be able to get back by 1:45, shouldn't we?
That might be up to Mr. Rigby has to.
I'm going to leave that as we should be able to get back by 1:45, shouldn't we? Okay, I'll see you back at 1:45. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have 1:45, so let's see where we are. How are we doing?
There's a lot of maths involved. I'm probably about 10 minutes away.
Okay, is this 10 minutes that's well worth waiting for, Mr. Parkin?
Madam, I think it is, definitely. I mean, if it helps, where we are, do you remember Mr. Carpenter yesterday gave figures expressed in terms of hours of firefighting? So it would take 11 hours if there's no rain to fill up the lower terrace. It would take 6 approximately in a 1 and 2 year storm. Those calculations that Mr. Carpenter did, we think, take into account the check dam. So it's not just the blanket, it's the check dam on top. If we could be all, I mean, where we're ultimately going is how many hours do the fire service have to put water on before this overtops? And that's kind of what you need. And I can ask questions about it. But if we could have a table from Mr. Rigby that has that, then it would save questions. So I think it would be a useful use of 10 minutes if that's what's going to come out at the end of it. I don't know if it is.
I just wonder if we break for a shorter lunch now, get it done so that Mr. Rigby, I'm concerned that he's sort of working under pressure and I don't want him to then immediately go back into his evidence without at least having some sustenance. So if we can do that, then we'll have a printed copy of the table. I'll get it over to Mr. Parkinson. I can message him as soon as it's available. And then we'll reconvene and hopefully have a good sail through the evidence thereafter.
That sounds good, doesn't it? A good sail through afterwards. Okay. We'll see. Okay, so we're going to take an earlier lunch than we expected now. For how long shall we take?
Just come back at 1:30.
Okay, is everybody okay with that, 1:30?
Madam, yes. I mean, obviously, if we get it at 25 past, I need a bit of time to look at it with Mr. Carpenter. But shall we say 1:30? And if I haven't had enough time, then we can deal with it then, yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we'll take our lunch now and we will reconvene at 1:30. Mr. Rigby, you understand the position that you're in at the moment with giving evidence. This is slightly awkward for you. I did notice that Miss Osmond-Smith very correctly took Mr. Parkinson to you when you were when you were talking about a matter. So just keep an eye out for that to make sure that we're doing everything correctly, but I'm sure you will do. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go by Microsoft. It is past. We are reconvened. Ms Osmond-Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam. I have a printout of the figures that were being mentioned before lunch. So we have that. That's being passed around the parties. So I'll give you a copy of that now and ask Mr Rigby to explain. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr Parkinson, you've seen this?
Yeah, Madam, yes, I've seen it. It's what we expected to see, and Mr Carpenter's got a similar version on his laptop, so it doesn't cause us any problem.
We can continue. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, Mr Rigby, you've done this table to illustrate the capacity of the individual zones and the total overall capacity within the system based on the numbers that you've set out there. So can you just explain the table and what it shows us, please?
Yes, I'll take you through it. So the top two lines of the table are the upper blanket and the attenuation basin, which make up the latent capacity of Zone 1 drainage area. So the submitted calculations, the drainage as submitted, includes for the calculations in the storage, dry storage in the drainage system, no check dams column, snappily named. So within the calculations, the upper drainage blanket within just the gravel area has 1,000 metres cubed or 1 million litres of latent capacity. The attenuation basin has 765 metres cubed of attenuation available to it, which is 765,000 litres. The drainage, upper drainage blanket benefits from a 300 mil check dam, which means that there is additional capacity above that within above that of 4,000 additional capacity in there of 3,333 metres cubed, which is 3,333,000 litres, providing a total capacity of 4,332,000 litres or 4,332 metres cubed. There is obviously things, or the batteries within the upper terrace, which will remove volume because the water cannot get into the foundations. So we have calculated a loss of about 328 metres cubed as a result of that, which means that there's a total capacity within the upper zone of 4,769 metres cubed or 4,769,000 litres of capacity within Zone 1. Zone 2 is made up of the middle blanket and the lower blanket. The middle blanket gravel area has 314 metres cubed of attenuation. The lower blanket gravel area has 313 metres cubed or 313,000 litres. When you take all of the above, again, the additional capacity above within the check dams minus the area that is taken up by the foundations of the batteries, you end up with a total capacity in the middle blanket in Zone 2 of 1,235 metres cubed or 1,235,000 litres. And within the lower blanket, you have 1,034.8 metres cubed or 1,034,000 litres, which means that there's a total capacity in Zone 2 of 2,269 metres cubed of attenuation, and a total capacity within the entire system of 7,038 metres cubed of attenuation, once you take into account the attenuation basin, the drainage blankets, and the latent capacity above the drainage blankets within the check dams.
Thank you very much. I was just doing the maths as to how long then that would be of firefighting at 90,000 litres of water per hour. I don't know if you've been able to have a think about that during the break.
My maths isn't that quick.
Easy. But essentially, so the total capacity with the check dams minus the foundations, that gives us capacity for Is that over 7 million litres of water? Yeah.
Yes, with the check dams, that's 7 million total.
Okay, fine. But of course, we know we've got the different zones, so we're looking at water in different zones. The Rule 6 party has highlighted the lower terrace within Zone 2 as being as posing a potential difficulty. Can you just explain what your approach to that is and whether you see that as being a problem in the event of a fire?
So in the event of a fire on either the middle or the lower terrace, if we talk about the lower terrace, obviously, if there's a fire on the lower terrace, the capacity available to the drainage system is the lower terrace only. So within the gravel storage area, that is again the 314 metres cubed of attenuation. But then when you take into account the additional capacity above that, so when the water is surcharging, essentially filling up that basin, you have 1,034 metres cubed of available capacity before it starts overtopping those check dams. If you have a fire on the middle terrace, you have the capacity within that gravel, but there is the connectivity to the lower terrace. So you've got one terrace above the other. Gravity will do its job, and over time, over incident scale, hours or days, the water that starts off in the middle terrace will equalise to the lower terrace, which is why Mr. Carpenter highlighted that over a set period of time, over days, the lower terrace becomes the capacity for the middle terrace. During incident scale timing, the water that's added onto the middle terrace will be retained behind that throttle. So the orifice plate that we mentioned before is a 64 mil orifice plate, which is quite a small orifice plate. And when you get 225 metres cubed of water, trying to get through that, it will take time to equalise between the two.
Okay, thank you very much. So then we come to the results of the modelling that we were touching on briefly earlier, and what that includes and what that doesn't include. You've set that out to some extent, and what having the check dams mean for providing additional capacity. Can I understand from you some of the things that we spoke about yesterday were the elements of the calculation that had gone into this, and that's the CV values? So just explain what they are and what's been undertaken to understand the sensitivity testing here.
So the CV values is essentially the amount of water that falls out of the sky and ends up in the drainage system. The typical drainage system has losses, so leakage through the system or over runoff to surrounding areas. So the typical design parameter that is applied to the sites is the CV 0.84 value, which essentially means that essentially 84% of the total amount of rainfall that falls on the site is captured within the drainage system, is attenuated. Obviously, with this particular site, we've got a isolated drainage system that is lined, and our premise is that there is no losses. So the CV 1.0 value is likely more appropriate. We ran those tests as part of the rebuttal work that was undertaken, and it was shown that it essentially had the same impact as the CV 0.84 modelling that was undertaken. There's slightly more surcharging during an extreme rainfall event at the basin, but at all other places the capacity is sufficient to accommodate the extreme 1 in 2 year storm, the 1 in 2 year storm plus a fire event, so an extreme event when taken in combination.
And that's the other point that I wanted to, well, just to be clear, that's at 4.7 of your rebuttal proof of evidence. But the other point that I wanted to talk to you about was the storm event that's been used. So what we can see from your table 2 in your rebuttal on page 12 is that the 2 year 48-hour rain scenario has been used. We also know we've got 45% climate change allowance. Yesterday, I think for the first time, and you'll tell me if I'm wrong about that, but it was suggested by the Rule 6 party that Syria, that is core document 12.21, suggested that a 1 in 10 year storm should be used for the modelling.
That's correct.
Okay, so what's your response to that then? Should a 1 in 10 year storm have been used for the modelling? And if not, why not? Why have you used a 1 in 2 year 48-hour storm?
So the Syria guidance says that, essentially says that you should apply an appropriate level of rainfall based on the sensitivity of the site. So it was the original designers, in my opinion, that the 1 in 2 year is an appropriate level of rainfall to apply to an extreme fire plus rainfall event.
Okay, so if we turn within the Syria guidance to page 55 to where this point arises, if you just want to go there with me. So CD 12.21 and page 55. First of all, if I may actually, Mr. Rigby, what's the purpose of this guidance? Why was it published in the first place?
It was originally published in the wake of the Buncefield disaster. So following Buncefield, there was very little control on particularly hazardous sites. Buncefield itself was an oil depot, a significant fire over an aquifer, and there was uncontrolled releases to the environment. So Syria published this guidance to ensure that there is appropriate control of pollution from potentially contaminative sites.
Okay, so then we look down at chapter 4.5 or part 4.5, page 55, and it says the designer of the containment system should take into account the probability of a number of events occurring simultaneously. Is that something that you've thought about?
Yes, the in combination likelihood of a fire occurring at the same time as a rainfall event. It's obviously statistical analysis is quite difficult to get your head around for the best of us, but when you start multiplying together or comparing rare events together, having them occur at the exact same time becomes even rarer. So applying significant rainfall events to an already rare event becomes beyond the realm of what should be designed for.
So I think the Rule 6 party's case originally, and it was raised yesterday as well, that this should be planned for fire event plus 1 in a 100-year storm. And what would be the probability of those two events happening at the same time in any 1 year?
If we took sorry, I want to make sure I get this right. If we take Professor Randon's probability that he gave in evidence of an annual fire probability of 0.00245, if you apply that to the annual probability of a 1 in 2 year rainfall event, which we have done, you get the equivalent of a probability of a 1 in 816 year event. That is the probability of a rainfall event and a fire event occurring in the same year. If you want to apply it to occurring in the same 48-hour period, and you take the same maths and you just add them together again, you get the equivalent of a 1 in 149,000 year event probability. If you then extrapolate it out for the 1 in 100 year event, and you just take it to its equivalent calculation for a 1 in 100 year event occurring at the same time as a fire event, taking Professor Ramsden's evidence, you calculate a 1 in 7.45 million probability in any given year.
So on our scale from very likely to very unlikely, where do these events fall?
They're quite unlikely.
Okay, so back to our guidance then. At page 55, the worst case scenario for containment is represented by the design return period. For example, the rainfall that is likely to occur, for example, once in 10 years, coinciding with the sudden and total loss of primary containment in a fire involving applied firefighting water. Do you see that as an instruction that one must use the 10-year storm?
No, I think the for example is doing quite a lot of work in that particular paragraph of the guidance.
It then goes on to say, at low-risk sites or sites where it can be demonstrated that the probability of a simultaneous occurrence of events is sufficiently low, it may be possible to apply less stringent capacity requirements. To what extent does the evidence you've provided on likelihood of a rare storm occurring at the same time as a rare battery fire help with your understanding of the requirement in that part of the paragraph?
I think taking Professor Ramsden's evidence and applying that with the 1 in 2 year storm proves that it's not a reasonable likelihood to apply.
And then we've got such relaxation should be subject to the designers and site operators' discretion and the agreement of the various regulatory bodies in light of the particular circumstances. Now, modelling has been done. There is a condition required. Do you anticipate more modelling to be done before discharge of condition for the drainage system in this case?
Yes, the detailed design stage of any application requires the submission of detailed drawings, which include the cross sections and every potential bit of equipment on the site, but it needs to be supported by updated hydraulic modelling for the latest drawings that are submitted at the planning stage.
One thing that we picked up yesterday was that this guidance doesn't include an allowance for climate change. That's the basis upon this system's design, 45% climate change allowance. So what's the difference, or is there a difference, between the 2-year 48-hour storm rain scenario with the 45% climate change and the 10-year storm set out in the guidance?
So for this site, the 1 in 10 year storm event without climate change is 1.03 millimetres an hour, 1.703 millimetres an hour. The 2 year 45% climate change allowance is 1.853 millimetres an hour. So the 1 in 2 year plus climate change figure for rainfall is in excess of the 1 in 10 year no climate change, which is stipulated in the Syria guidance.
So is there any material problem arising from the Syria guidance taking the Rule 6 parties case at its high point that requires a 10-year storm to be the basis for the capacity of the drainage system?
No, we've effectively designed for a rainfall event in excess of the 1 in 10 year.
Thank you very much. So I want to then assume that firefighting is going on continuously for many, many hours, if not more than a day, at this site in respect of the anticipated event that forms the basis of the calculations. In that event, what's your view on the ability to reuse water within the drainage system and recirculate it around the site to make use of the capacity that exists elsewhere?
I think the example of Tilbury, it's being used. There's no reason why water cannot be recirculated around sites. The water will accumulate behind the various throttles around the site, and the fire service can gather the water as and how they need it from across the site.
Is that unusual for the fire service to do that, in your experience?
No, the fire department regularly use the water that is around them and manage water around them. There's many fires in remote areas where they take water from local watercourses or swimming pools I've seen in the past. They use whatever they need to do what they need to do on site.
And are there points on this site where that water could be accessed in different zones, for example, and at different places in different zones, depending on where a fire event would occur?
Yeah, so in an incident event, so during the time where there has been an incident, all self-actuating penstocks will have been closed. Any manhole on the site will be available. I think it would be clear which manholes would be best for the fire department to use. Water tends to run downhill, so the downstream manholes would be the appropriate location where the fire department can take it as they need it.
And what about moving water from one zone into another zone, not for the purposes of recirculating for fire water, but essentially ensuring that the full capacity of the system can be taken advantage of, perhaps in the aftermath of an event?
Yeah, the entire system is available to the fire department should they need to move water. I think it would be quite obvious if any part of the system is becoming overwhelmed or getting to the point where the system requires distribution of water. On the drainage blankets, you will get a quite obvious ponding on top of the gravel. It will look like a pool of water, and they'll be quite aware that they've got a certain amount of time before it gets to the point where they are losing control. So it would be obvious during an incident that water needs to be redistributed. And the pond is the same. If the pond got to a level where it was started to get to a point where it was in danger of overtopping, they would be well aware of that because it would be obvious just from looking at it.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to say about that section 5 of your rebuttal that we've just touched upon in respect of operational response and incident management?
Only that I think when the fire department do have a responsibility to the environment, so, and like I've just said, it would be obvious whether or not there would be a potential loss of control of firewater from the site. I think the fire department would be aware of the latent capacity around the site and would use it as necessary. I think it's also worth just pointing out again that if the system is getting to the point where it is overwhelmed, we are in a very rare occurrence. In the usual approach to these things, the fire would be, or the drainage system wouldn't be subject to the fire water plus a storm event, even though there's capacity for it. So during normal operation, if there is a fire, there would be capacity within it.
And is that capacity within the system as a whole or the individual terraces and zones?
During a non-rainfall event, it's available in all the zones at all times. It is only during a rainfall event, which we've just described as quite a rare occurrence, would we get to the point where distribution may be necessary.
Okay, then I want to just touch upon section 6 of your proof, natural pathway resistance. And Mr. Fellows, I think, provides a little bit more detail in respect of his calculations as to the time that any water would take to get through the strata underlying the site. But what points, insofar as they're relevant to your evidence, arise from this section of your rebuttal?
Obviously, Mr. Fellows will pick this up in more detail, but from my point of view, the in situ testing, I think, provides a snapshot into a potential post-incident incident event where loss of control has occurred. The water was observed to be contained, did not move. When I went to site, it was following antecedent rain, and there was ponding across the site. The site was firm underfoot. I think it was indicative of what you could or would imagine a loss of control incident would be, which is that the water would pond. Any loss of contaminated or fire water would sit on top of the surface. It would be obvious, and the fire department and the post-incident management team would be able to deal with that water as necessary.
And are you able to offer any evidence on remediation? That was one of the questions that Mr. Carpenter raised yesterday.
Only insofar as there are companies that offer fast reaction remediation of sites. A quick Google when I was putting together my evidence, Adler Allen and OHES offer specific services to do with post-fire surface water management. Post-incident, if there is a fire, it would necessitate the remaining closure of the system, the tankering and removal of any contaminated water within, or fire water, sorry, within the drainage system, within the tanker takeoff points. Any gravel that was around the incident, the battery that had a fire would be removed, the liner would be checked, and then the system would be drained through and tankered off until the contamination or any elevated levels of contamination no longer presented themselves, at which point the site could be brought back into operation. But this is a, there's many fires. Battery energy storage aren't the only type of development that have fires. There's any kind of industrial fire, any house fire, the same process would have to be undertaken where there is post-remediation so that there's no long-lasting contamination that could potentially present itself off-site.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything else you want to add at this stage, Mr. Rigby?
No, I don't think so.
Questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parkinson, please.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon, Mr. Rigby. Right, let's start at the beginning with the documents we need. And there aren't that many. It's CD 1.29, which is the FRA, the Syria document, which is CD 12.21, CD 7.3, which is the Pound Road decision, which might be the only one you haven't already got up. It's CD 7.3.
Syria guidance, I'm just trying to pull it up again, sorry. Sorry, I've got it.
Brilliant. So, I'll say at the outset, I think we are agreed on about 90% of this. But what we do need to do is just work through it slowly, but also quickly, and just get all the figures down and agreed. And then hopefully on the basis of that, we can produce an agreed note. And the implications of that is obviously a matter for other witnesses who have come before you and after you. So let's start at the beginning. The design fire water volume for the system is 228 cubic meters.
Yes.
And if we put that in terms of hours of firefighting or hours of boundary cooling, which is where I'm always going to be coming back to, that represents 2 hours of boundary cooling water at the 2023 NFCC rates.
At the full 1900 litres per second, which Mr. Reynolds described, isn't always applied.
And it's 2.5 hours at the most recent NFCC rate of 25 litres per second.
Okay.
Okay, so whether that design firewater volume, i.e. what you've designed to come into the system, is correct is ultimately a matter that we've done with Mr. Blunden. You've taken that figure, haven't you, the 2 hours continuous, and applied that and come up with a drainage strategy for it to contain it within the site.
That is what Pittman Associates did, yes.
Okay. Now, you were here yesterday for Mr. Blunden's evidence, and he said that there's a very real risk of boundary cooling water being applied for significantly more than 2 hours. That was his evidence. So what I want to do as part of this is explore with you what that means and how much more it would need to be before the system overtops. So that's where we're going. If we start off with the design approach, if we just put aside fire risk, flood risk, and deal with what we would normally be doing here, the drainage system is designed to attenuate a 1 in 100 year rainfall event plus climate change. That's a standard approach that you would take to a drainage system of this nature, putting aside the fire risk, isn't it?
Yes.
And in terms of starting at the beginning with all of this, if we go to CD 1.29, which is the original FRA, and if you go within that to page 15, sorry, PDF 15, hard copy 10, that's my fault, table 4.1. Yeah, and what you did is you plugged in your 228 figure, and you looked at the storage capacity on each terrace and concluded that there was sufficient capacity. Is that right?
Yes.
And that, of course, assumes that there's no existing water in the system at the point at which the fire water is applied.
Yes. It's not. Yes.
What the flood risk assessment didn't do, and I know it's been done later, but let's just do this in stages. What the flood risk assessment didn't do is assess what happens if there's already stormwater in the system at the point at which the fire event happens.
There's two different designs. So the drainage was designed for the normal day-to-day potential rainfall event to drain the site through it. And then the capacity in an isolated situation was then assessed to ensure that there was sufficient capacity.
Yeah, the key word being in an isolated situation. What you didn't do is look at, as you've done in the rebuttal, look at a situation where you have a rain event, a storm event, at the same time as a fire event. The first time that that's modelled is in your rebuttal, is that right?
I believe that's true, yes.
And the reasons why that's important is we can talk about how extreme the storm should be or shouldn't be. But at a basic level, rainfall before, during, or after a fire event will reduce the capacity within the drainage system to contain fire water.
Yes.
So where we see, and we see it in a number of places, but where we see, probably this is the most recent example, which we need to give an ID number to, I think. But where we see the system total there, that is a theoretical maximum, isn't it? Because that is the total in the absence of any rainwater before, during, or after a fire event.
It is, but policy and guidance, we design drainage systems for particular rainfall events. We have to assess based on a single day storm.
And the only modelled scenario where we have a storm event and a fire event is for a 1 in 2 year 48-hour storm. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for that storm, that doesn't take into account, and we can go to Syria if we need to, but as a matter of fact, it doesn't take into account any rainfall falling onto the system after that 48-hour storm.
No, it does not.
Right, we'll come back to some of that later, but if we deal with capacity, and if you go to your proof at paragraph 8.1.5, sorry, your rebuttal proof, sorry. Your rebuttal proof at paragraph 8.1.5. Yeah, and you say there, the total system capacity, 2393 cubic metres, exceeds the maximum combined fire and rainfall volume by 476 cubic metres. And if we just relate this to the document that's been put in, we can see the 2393 figure in the row that says storage, dry storage in the drainage system, no check dams. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've made the point that there's additional storage in the check dams, and that increases that figure to 7,038.
Yep.
And we'll come on to this, but Mr. Carpenter and the figures that he gave us take into account the check dams. We can, if it's in dispute, we can go through it. So he's worked on the basis of the 7,038. But what we can note is of that storage, the majority is in the upper terrace, isn't it? Let's call it zone 1. The majority is in zone 1, which is the upper terrace and the attenuation basin. The majority is there.
Yes, zone 1 is the largest attenuation.
So where you say in your proof that there is spare capacity of 476 cubic metres, that is a spare capacity across the whole system, isn't it?
Yes.
But obviously the fire itself will start in a BESS unit on a particular terrace within the system.
Yep, statistically, it will be one fire on the site.
Okay, so to understand how this all works, we need to consider scenarios depending on which terrace the fire starts on, don't we?
If you're assessing it with no intervention, which I don't think is a reasonable assertion.
Don't worry, I'm not going to forget the redistribution and the recirculation, but I want to deal with what happens without that, and then we'll deal with that, okay? So we need to look at, and to be fair, this is what you've done in the modelling, we need to assess different scenarios depending on which terrace the fire starts on, don't we?
Yep.
And in terms of what we see in your rebuttal proof, so if we turn to your rebuttal proof at table 2, which is on page 12, what we always have to remember when we're looking at something like this is table 2 is on the basis of a fire that starts on the upper terrace, isn't it?
Yes.
And in order to understand what happens if the fire happens on the middle or the lower terraces, we don't look at the text of your proof, we have to go to the appendix, don't we?
Yes.
So let's do that exercise. So if you go to Appendix A of your rebuttal proof, and then if you go within that to Table 1.5, which is just below, it's on the second page. So what we have here, we have a fire scenario. So we have a fire on each of the terraces. So the fire happens on the upper terrace, fire happens on the middle terrace, fire happens on the lower terrace. Then we have the location of flooding, i.e. where the flood risk is, where the overtopping would occur or could occur. And in all 3 fire scenarios, it's on the lower terrace, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. So if we look at the lower terrace first, if a fire takes place on the lower terrace, then unless you redistribute, you can't rely on storage, can you, in either the middle terrace, the upper terrace, or the attenuation basin, because the middle terrace is upstream, and the upper terrace and the attenuation basin are hydrologically separated.
You can rely on it because in the normal operation of a fire response, they will redistribute it. But if you look at the depth of water, it's the depth of water temporarily above the drainage blanket. It's still contained within the check dams.
Yeah, we're going to come on to all of that, and I am going to come on to redistribution. But absent redistribution, absent some manual intervention in the system by the firefighters, we'll come on to all of that. If there's a fire in the lower terrace, you cannot rely on the storage in the middle, upper, or attenuation basin, can you?
We don't need to because there's 146 millimetres of surcharge above the gravel blanket. It's still contained within the blanket itself with the check dams.
Sorry, Mr. Wrigley, that wasn't the question. I am going to get to the 146. But in terms of storage and what storage can be relied on, if a fire happens on the lower terrace, the maximum amount of capacity is limited to the capacity of the lower terrace together with the check dams, isn't it?
Yes, I don't see how you can't rely on it though. You are relying on it. You can rely on it.
What, through redistribution?
Oh, sorry, from the middle. No, if a fire on the lower terrace, you are relying on the lower terrace for the attenuation.
Exactly. Okay. And in that scenario, as we can see from the table at paragraph 1.5, there's a fire on the lower terrace. We have water stored above the top of the drainage blanket, and that is 146 millimetres.
Yes.
So in other words, all that stands between that and the lower terrace overtopping is the remaining depth of the check dam, i.e. 154 millimetres. Is that right?
During a uncommon extreme event of a combined fire with a 1 in 2 year plus 45% climate change rainfall event, you have 146 millimetres of surcharge above the drainage blanket if it's not being redistributed.
I was going to come to this later. Why don't we do it now and see how you describe the 1 in 2 year event? So if we go to your rebuttal proof, paragraph 4.4.1 on page 11.
Sorry.
Got that? Okay. And you say here, let's look at the heading, joint probability. Why the 2 year storm is the correct standard. Now, pausing there, the 2 year storm is the one that we've just been talking about, isn't it? Where there's a 15.4 centimetres away from overtopping.
Yes, plus the 45%, which I didn't mention in this.
Yeah. So that's the one we're looking at, and you're dealing with the question of why that's the correct standard. And we'll see what you say here about, and you say we shouldn't be designing for a 1 in 100 year storm. And you then go on to say, this is 4 lines down, standard containment design guidance, including Syria C736, uses modest concurrent rainfall events when assessing bounded containment capacity. The 2 year 48-hour winter storm adopted here is consistent with that approach. So what you are saying here is that a 1 in 2 year storm, the one that we've just been looking at in the appendix, is consistent with looking at a modest concurrent rainfall event, aren't you?
A 1 in 2 year storm in isolation is a modest event when designing drainage. When you're designing concurrently with a fire event, it elevates that to a more extreme event.
Yeah, but if we are modelling what happens in a best fire together with a 1 in 2 year 48-hour storm, we are not modelling together 2 extreme events, are we?
You're modelling one moderate event with an extreme event.
Yeah, and the whole reason you've modelled it, I mean, the whole reason we have all of these figures for the 1 in 2 year event rather than something more extreme is because it's accepted that in terms of this scenario of a storm together with a best fire, that's a reasonable worst case scenario.
It's the design scenario that's usually applied.
Yeah, it's the design scenario. So that's the scenario that we should be taking into account, shouldn't we? As you have, the 1 in 2 year storm together with a best fire at the same time. That's a reasonable scenario for us all to be considering, which is why we're considering it.
It is usually what we're expected to design for, which is why we've designed for it.
Fine. So with that brief diversion, because I didn't want every time we talked about 1 in 2 year for there to be a suggestion that that might be something that we shouldn't be doing. With that brief diversion, we've looked at what happens with a 1 in 2 year storm on the lower terrace, and we're 15.4 centimetres away from overtopping. In terms of the middle terrace, so this is a scenario where we have a fire that happens on the middle terrace. If we look at how that's dealt with in the modelling in your appendix, so the same table we're on, table 1.5, fire scenario, middle terrace, location of flooding, lower terrace. So what is assumed in the modelling is that if there's a fire in the middle terrace, the constraining factor, the key factor, is the storage volume in the lower terrace, isn't it?
Yes,
And that is a reasonable assumption for us to adopt here. If there's fire in the middle terrace, the constraining factor is the capacity of the lower terrace.
with no intervention, yes.
Thank you. Okay, and that's why, whether there's a fire, as Mr. Carpenter explained yesterday, whether the fire happens on the middle terrace or the lower terrace, the key thing is the performance of the lower terrace. And that's why when we look at table 1.5, we see the same scenario, whether the fire happens on the lower or the middle terrace, that we're 15.4 centimetres away from overtopping. Is that right?
In that scenario, yes.
Now, can you take up this? And do you remember yesterday, Mr. Carpenter went through various figures expressed in terms of hours of firefighting or hours of boundary water application, and said, well, if there's a fire with no water in the system, then you have 11.8 hours. No water in the system to start off with. You have 11.8 hours before there's overtopping. And if you have a fire at the same time as a 1 in 2 year storm, which we agree is reasonable scenario, it's 6.3 or 6.8. Do you remember that evidence?
I believe so, yes.
We'll go back through that again. But what your table doesn't do, we have the total capacity, which is great, but what we don't have is what that means in terms of how many hours would boundary cooling water need to be applied before we have overtopping.
We don't have that water available to the site to infinitely keep adding water to the system. In operation, the water will be recirculated, recycled.
Well, the fact that there might not be sufficient water storage is, you're right, an issue, but that's an issue that other witnesses on the Rule 16 will be picking up on. Let's just deal with the proposition that I put to you, that whilst we have the total capacity, we don't know what that means in terms of hours of firefighting, do we? Or hours of boundary cooling application.
It's not a typical way of expressing it in the planning terms, so it's not something that I have done in my proofs.
Well, no, you haven't. But in terms of it not being typical, if you go to, can you go to CD 7.3?
I've got that.
So this is the Pound Road decision. And can you go within it to paragraph 69?
I've got that.
So the inspector there, dealing with that scheme, says the appellant proposes storing firewater in below ground tanks with a combined capacity of 1,153 cubic metres, which would give approximately 11 hours firefighting based on 1,900 litres per minute, which is the ballpark the NFCC give for battery storage. He then goes on to compare that to other fire events and the duration of those events, deals with tankering, which was the solution proposed there in paragraph 70 and 71. And in paragraph 72, he says, I therefore find there's considerable doubt over the ability of this scheme to contain firewater and that off-site transport has not been demonstrated to be feasible. So the inspector in that case certainly did find converting cubic metre figures into what that means actually in terms of hours of firefighting to be a useful exercise, didn't he?
That doesn't consider where that water is coming from in this particular instance. If you were applying that same thing to the particular instance, you're trying to add an infinite amount of water to the system, which I don't think is reasonable.
That wasn't my question. My question was the inspector in that case found converting capacity expressed in cubic metres into what that means in terms of how many hours worth of firefighting does that give you to be a useful exercise, didn't he?
It appears so.
And I'm getting the impression, both from your evidence, the table that's put in, and some of your answers, that's not an exercise that you yourself have undertaken.
I haven't undertaken that exercise, no.
What would be helpful, and if you're not in a position to do it now, then just say so, because there's no point you agreeing to something that you haven't thought about, and we can deal with it through an agreed note. But what would be helpful is Mr. Carpenter effectively converted this into what that means in terms of hours of firefighting in a 1 and 2 year storm event, and in a scenario where the containment was empty at the beginning. And he gave 11.8 hours of storage, assuming the entire system was empty, and 6.8 hours, assuming that at the same time there's a 1 and 2 year storm. First of all, do you dispute those figures, or are you not in a position right now to agree them?
I don't think I'm in a position right now to confirm or deny those. I think if you're assuming that you're bringing 6.8 hours worth of firefighting water onto site in addition to the 1 and 2 year, I would question where that amount of water is coming from.
Yeah, but that, okay, that's fine. I hear that. I'm not sure it helps the appellant, but I hear that. I mean, have you still got the Pound Road decision in front of you? CD 7.3. Yeah. So the inspector there notes there are no hydrants in the area for firefighting. One water tank is shown on the revised 2023 planning application with a 450,000 litre capacity, which is suggested for firefighting. The fire service in their response do not confirm whether this would be adequate, but refer to how additional water would be brought in. Due to the distances involved, I find that this potentially would be likely to add to the burden on the fire service and the time taken to put the fire out. So there's two issues here. First of all, how are we going to get the water in, which is more related to, is this site in a suitable location, which on our side, Mr. Jones will be picking up with. Your evidence is, let's assume that the water is able to be brought in. Can it be contained within the system? And if it can't, can it be recirculated? Do you agree with that summary of the position?
No, I don't believe so. I think if your assertion is that during a 1 in 2 year storm event, that the 6.5 hours of water is then being brought on and there's no recirculation occurring, at which point the site may overtop. I believe that's too much water that's getting added to the system. You would, in a reasonable event, you'd recirculate that water to help with the firefighting, rather than bringing more onto site.
We're going to come on to recirculation, but the first time it was mentioned was in, I think, your rebuttal proof. Is that right? Redistributing water around the system was mentioned for the first time in rebuttal evidence.
I believe so.
And now it seems to be the answer to every question. So this system hasn't been designed, has it, on the basis that water can be redistributed and recirculated around it. That's not the design approach that you took, is it?
It's a drainage strategy, for one. I think the system is designed, or once it's finally constructed, it will have sufficient capacity within it to, or it does have sufficient capacity within it to take the reasonable worst case event that is currently that we have designed it for.
Yeah, which is the 228, and I'm exploring with you, what if that's wrong? What if it's very likely that significantly more will be required, to coin a phrase, okay? So we're going to get an agreed note, hopefully, on the hours of firefighting. Just to help with that agreement, where Mr. Carpenter's figures are derived from. First of all, they're based on 25 litres per second. So they're based on the most up-to-date NFCC guidance. And secondly, Mr. Carpenter hasn't actually reduced the volume from the foundations as you have on your table. So when you're sort of working it out, for robustness, you can add in the loss of volume from foundations to match up with Mr. Carpenter's figures. Okay. If we then go to the Syria guidance, which is CD 12.21. Okay, and yeah. If you go to page 44, hard copy page 44, and PDF page 70. Oh, sorry, it's internal page 44. And so the second paragraph down says the containment capacity should allow for rain falling over the containment area immediately preceding an incident and immediately after an incident. Then it goes on to talk about the 1 in 10 year event, which we'll come back to. But then it refers to the 24-hour period preceding an incident, the duration of the incident, and an 8-day period following an incident or other time period as dictated by site-specific assessment. Now, if we just take this in stages, none of the modelling that we have includes that 8-day period following an incident and rainfall falling on the site in that period. Is that right?
Modelled as a normal drainage system.
And there's no site-specific assessment in your evidence or the drainage strategy to justify a lower period than 8 days, is there?
No, but just to put the 8 days into context, the 2-year storm that is being used would be the peak storm. So if you wouldn't get a cluster of 8 1 in 2 year storms, it would be a much lower rainfall event that would typically be considered.
Yeah, potentially lower, but there would be, or likely to be, rain after a 1 in 2 year 48-hour event. It's not going to come out of a clear blue sky, is it?
You can't say that.
The point is, though, A, it hasn't been modelled, but B, every time we look at everything, including Mr. Carpenter's figures, the 11.8 and the 6.8, that doesn't include, we always have to put a little asterisk, that doesn't include rain falling on the site in a period after the fire event, does it?
No.
Okay, in terms of the 1 in 10 year event, and the fact that it doesn't include a climate change allowance. Do you know when the Syria advice that you referred to in your proof was published? If you want a clue, I'll help you. It's on page 3. It's 2014.
Yep.
And having a climate change allowance as a requirement of national guidance came in, you're going to have to help me here, I think about 2020, 2021, is that right?
That sounds right.
So if the long-awaited Syria containment systems for the prevention of pollution version 2 came out next week, you'd expect to see a 1 in 10 year plus climate change reference, wouldn't you?
They may have reduced the requirement if they're including such a significant amount of climate change allowance, especially for a development with a 40-year lifespan.
Okay, now you made a point in your evidence that all of this, or some of this, you have to take into account the sensitivity of the site. Do you remember saying that?
Yep.
And we saw in the evidence of Mr. Reynolds that the appellant's statement of case records that without containment, the risk of contaminated water entering local watercourses cannot be definitively ruled out. Do you remember seeing that reference or hearing that reference?
Yes.
And obviously, this is a key part of the mitigation measures, isn't it? It's one of the main things that stands between contaminated firewater leaving the site.
It is one of several protections that are afforded to the local environment, but it is the main containment system for pollution.
And I'm just curious, and you said based on the sensitivity of the site, are you suggesting that a BESS located above a principal aquifer is not in a sensitive location?
It was more to do with the sensitivity of the development itself, the likelihood of the fire. The likelihood of a fire at the best compared to other comparable developments, especially with so many control measures in place, is low, in my opinion.
In your opinion? Well, I very much don't want to stray into all of that. But when looking at sensitivity, we don't just look at that, do we? We look at the location of the site. So in terms of location, I would like a clear answer. Do you accept that this site is situated in a highly sensitive location?
I haven't assessed the local sensitivity of all the local receptors. It's beyond my evidence. But if it is above an aquifer, then aquifer in general is a sensitive receptor.
Thank you. Because I mean, we've heard a lot about Syria being guidance, and you can depart from guidance. Of course, you can, and you have to apply your judgment, etc. And I'm just wondering where I see you grappling with that in your rebuttal proof. Grappling with the extent to which you comply with it. If you don't comply with it, what the good reason is. Is that an exercise that I can see you carrying out in your evidence?
I'm not sure I get the question, but to give the Syria guidance context, it is applied for extremely hazardous sites in general, sites with large containments of hazardous materials on the site, including large oil solvent tanks, and then it deals with the secondary and tertiary containment of said tanks. It was written in the wake of Buncefield, and when you compare the sites that it is typically applied to, which is the coma sites and things like that, the sensitivity of a BESS in that context is low.
Thank you. Now, if we move on to redistribution, as we've seen, the first time that's mentioned as a concept is in your rebuttal evidence. Just to be very clear then, that is not referred to in the FRA, which would have been one of the documents that the fire service would have seen when putting in their consultation response. Is that correct?
I don't believe so.
Now, there's two issues here. There's first the practicalities, and then there's also a question of redistributing from what to what. So can we look at, let's go back to Appendix A in your rebuttal. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Right, so let's look at the scenario where we have a fire on the lower terrace, right? And we got a scenario here where there is water's, we've got our 15.4 centimetres, and we've had a bit more than the 2 hours boundary cooling that we thought. So we're going to have to take some water out of the lower terrace and put it somewhere else, yeah? What the modelling is showing is that if we want to put it in the basin, we can't, because some water is already overtopping the crest of the basin in that scenario. Is that right?
Yes, but in context, the modelling throws or adds all of the firewater into the system immediately. So in that particular scenario, over the arc of time, it wouldn't be, the basin doesn't just overtop generally. It's over the arc of time, it would potentially overtop in the equilibrium state in the time after. So if you were putting water into the top terrace, it would be throttled. So it would be held for a certain period of time. The fire department, again, if they were being active, would see that that was happening and they could redistribute it back to the top terrace and recirculate it.
Fine, but I mean, this, at least by the time we get to rebuttal, seems to be quite an important part of your evidence. So I'm wondering where I see, if there's a lower terrace fire, what the capacity is available at that stage in a 1 and 2 year storm on the upper terrace and the middle terrace. So how much spare capacity is there to allow me to redistribute water from the lower terrace to those terraces? Is that something that's been modelled? Because me and Mr. Carpenter are struggling to find it.
I believe, yes, that is what is currently shown. It's the 1 in 2 year storm plus 45% climate change. Just to put that into context as well, the plus 45% climate change is an addition of 45% additional water over the 1 in 2 year storm, and is not likely to occur until the back end of any development. But yes, that is, I think your interpretation is correct, I believe.
Right, so we had all the caveats, but what that means is we know in that scenario we've got 15.4 centimetres to go on the lower terrace. We know the basin's full, but we don't know how much capacity there is in the upper terrace or the middle terrace, taking into account the fact that there's a storm at the same time. That's something that hasn't been modelled. If I could have a yes or no, yes first, and then if you want to do the same caveat, that's fine, but I do want a clear answer to that.
Yes.
So that's whether it works from a sort of hydrology, that's a word, basis. In terms of the practicalities, the fire service, as far as you're aware, for this application and this fire service, haven't been asked whether they would be happy to be redistributing fire water around the drainage system during a fire event. Is that correct?
I don't think they've been asked, but I don't think it would be an unconventional ask during an operational fire event.
Well, that's what you mean. You said that before. That's why I wanted to just sort of ask you what that's based on. I mean, do you have any personal practical experience of being involved with redistributing water around a drainage system to stop it overtopping during a fire event?
I have the Tilbury evidence example, but that wasn't to stop overtopping, that was to recirculate for firefight, but the same principle applies.
Well, I'm not sure it is the same principle because, as we've explored, to redistribute, you've got to have somewhere with enough capacity to put the water in. But that's fine. You mentioned about it being sort of typical practice. I mean, of course, a best fire is a particular type of event, isn't it? And I think it's probably helpful to go to Mr. Reynolds' proof. And it is, if you've got Mr. Reynolds' proof, it's figure 1. Just above paragraph 3.11. Can you see that? Oh, sorry, it's figure 1. It's on page 9, and it's just above paragraph 3.11.
Thank you.
And what we can see here is that a particular feature of a best fire is, can you see the two circles? Yeah. So there's a 61-metre public evacuation zone for smoke pollution and explosion risk. But there's also a 30.5-metre responder exclusion zone for explosion risk. Although I think Mr. Blundell said that might be 50 metres. But either way, there are various exclusion zones that operate during a best fire event, aren't there?
It's beyond my expertise, but
Well, if it's beyond your expertise, that's fine. But do you agree that considering whether redistribution is possible, given the existence of exclusion zones, including responder exclusion zones, is a relevant consideration to take into account, isn't it?
yes.
And it's not one that you've ever asked yourself in taking the view that fire water can be redistributed in and around this drainage system, is it?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rigby. Those are all my questions.
Completely different area of question for you. In your proof, A couple of times you refer to clay could be added as an extra layer of protection with the membrane at the bottom. Adopting a precautionary principle, would that be the right strategy to take from the outset?
Typically, a bentonite layer, a clean clay layer, can be installed underneath barriers such as impermeable liners to prevent rock intrusion and things like that that pierce the liner. It would depend on the particular spec of whatever is installed ultimately, but it's a reasonable thing to add.
Thank you. It may not be something that you've looked at, but you'll have heard me raise a couple of times that I've picked up that on the landscape and ecological management plan, there's a requirement to keep a certain amount of water in the basin. Is that something that you've factored into these calculations as well?
So having a permanently wet part of an attenuation basin, if it's the basin that requires it, is not something we typically consider at the drainage design stage because we're looking purely at capacity. But it's something that's usually incorporated at the detailed design stage. You over deepen the pond just to provide an extra area basically for the ecological enhancement that is sat below the outfall. So when water comes in, it can't reach, it's always wet because it can't get out the outfall, which is slightly elevated. So as long as we maintain the capacity, over deepening it doesn't impact the operation.
So if I understand you correctly, to do what it says, what at the moment it suggests in the conditions would be required, would be to create a slightly different drainage pond?
The pond, the drainage that has been submitted is a concept, so it will need to be detailed designed at the detailed design stage. This scheme is getting a level of scrutiny that usually happens at the LPA and is discharged through conditions. It is something that would be accommodated through that detailed design process as the design's firmed up. The drainage condition is usually the last one that gets, or one of the last ones that gets dealt with, and it's because any modification to the site, any change to a access to a, the location of a BESS or anything can result in a requirement to change the drainage. So the LPA always maintain that condition until the very last moment, until they know everything is fixed. So that's the reason why the drainage condition is usually the last one that gets released.
Okay, thank you. And another detailed question. In the event of an incident, does then the whole of the drainage pond area and the swales, do they all get dug out? Do they all have to be removed afterwards and reset?
Not necessarily. It depends where a fire is, but if a fire was to occur on the top terrace and contaminated water or fire water did make its way into the pond, if you imagine that contamination is sat within water, so it would be dilute and it would sit, for that pollution to migrate to the side of the pond, out of the water, and then become, through the grass layer that would have been there, and then settle within that. It wouldn't necessarily contaminate a pond, even if it's sat with contaminated water for a set period of time. You would have to undertake testing of the pond. And if you reach certain exceedances, that would need to be remediated, however it would need to be to bring it back into operational an operational state.
Okay, thank you.
Madam, can I just check with you for the purpose of a question that I'd like to ask Mr Rigby? The wetland point about the drainage basin, is that what we see on core document 172, the updated landscape and ecological management plan? If I can just check that. Yeah, if that's probably helpful. So it's the arrow that goes from the pond. Is that, madam, what you've got in mind?
Apologies. It appears to me that the green pond on this drawing is contiguous with what we see as a drainage pond.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose the question that I'm trying to ask Mr, because I want to give Mr Rigby the opportunity while he's in the hot seat to answer the question, insofar as he can help, and if we need to speak to the ecologists about what the intention for that is, but Mr Rigby might have something to say about it. Whether having a wetland type habitat requires a permanent depth of water to be in the drainage basin. I suppose that's my question, but I wanted to know if that was the reference that, madam, you had. Yeah, okay, fine. Mr. Root, do you want me to repeat that, or do you understand the point I'm trying to get some information on?
Restate the question, I'll answer it.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Core document 1.72 is the updated landscape and ecological mitigation plan and enhancement strategy. And what's shown there is for a proposed species of meadow mixture for wetlands within the attenuation basin, the purpose of which is to develop an aquatic habitat associated with flood management to provide a diversity of habitats with planting of locally appropriate aquatic, emergent and marginal species. What I want to understand from you is, in order to achieve that, does there have to be a quantity of water permanently in the basin? Or what's your expectation for the normal operation of the basin and its wetness, I suppose, is the question.
I think that the basin will obviously, on a day-to-day basis and during its lifetime, be wet as it's being utilised, so as rainfall is passing through it. So it will be wet, whether or not that is sufficient to sustain the required fauna, flora, is not for me, I don't think, but it will be wet regularly.
Okay, thank you very much. And in terms of the A for deepening, so we've got an area that's been presented on the plans that the basin will occupy. Does the A for deepening, does that involve a widening at the surface level? And forgive my terminology again, but how is that achieved?
It's benching, so the pond would stay the same size on a plan view, but you, for safety and for in order for different things to establish, you do what's called benching. So you go down a certain level, then you bench it, and then you go down a certain level and you bench it. So all it would be is another bench at the bottom that would be above the outfall, so that there's an area of the pond that has no outfall, so is always wet.
Yeah, it was the point about the capacity of the terraces. And we seem to arrive at a position whereby the local authority don't really have a problem with the upper terrace. And it's probably helpful to look at your rebuttal at page 8. Pardon? Oh, forgive me. The Rule 6 party. Yeah, you don't have a problem either. Figure 1, page 8 of your rebuttal. Yeah. So we can see there the two zones, and then the middle and the lower terraces we can see within zone 2. Which of the zones accommodates the most best units?
One, or the the western blanket.
And which terrace accommodates the least best units?
The bottom terrace.
Then I think we're going to agree some hours of continuous firefighting in accordance with the NFCC guidance for the purpose of the system capacity. But let's move forward on the basis that the Rule 6 party is correct. And in a dry system, you've got over 11 hours, and in a wet 1 in 2 year 48-hour storm system, you've got over 6 hours. To what extent is it likely that within those sorts of time periods, no thought would be given to the management of water runoff on this site?
The fire department will be very aware of the water and how it's moving through the site. So I would find it, if it's getting to the point where you are getting areas that are potentially going to lose containment, the fire department, I can't imagine, would not be aware of that and taking steps to mitigate for it.
The strategy that exists in respect of this site is to provide 2 tanks on site for firefighting water. To what extent would you expect the fire service to be given information about the location and accessibility of those tanks in advance by way of a fire safety plan or something similar?
For a facility like this, I would expect them to turn up to site fully aware of the various different measures that they need to employ for this particular site through the fire management. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the document, but through that document, it has to be agreed with them.
Looking then at the longer timescales from the Syriad document, we were talking about 8 days. Again, how likely is it that over a course of 8 days and following a fire incident that no one will turn their mind to the treatment or containment of water on this site?
I think given the level of scrutiny that the site is getting at this particular stage, and that the documents that are going to be produced or have been produced to support it, I can't imagine that it would just be sat and left. There's a whole industry that's been set up to deal with. The insurance companies have set up companies to deal with fast response of these particular types of incidents.
And then just to be clear, does it make any practical difference whether you use the 1 in 10 storm minus climate change or the 1 in 2 year 48-hour storm with 45% climate change as you have?
There's a slight increase in the amount of water in the system when we use the 1 in 2 plus 45. So it's a more robust measure to use.
And then it was said to you that the first time recirculation has been brought up is in your rebuttal proof of evidence. Do you have your proof of evidence in front of you?
Yep.
Turn to page 4, paragraph 1.16, and cast your eye over the final bullet point.
Yep. Do you want me to read it? Verbatim, capability to support recirculation of retained water during firefighting operations, avoiding exceedance of storage capacity.
So is that a fair criticism?
No.
And then just one final reference. I'm not going to go to all the proofs of evidence. We're going to go back a little bit further than that to core document 4.93.
Sorry, which was that?
4.93, it's the appellant's final response when the appeal was previously following a different mode.
I have the email.
Thank you very much. So if you turn within that then to page 13 of the PDF, and it's page 11 of 31 on the internal document, and it comes from paragraph 2.24, and it's the 6th point.
Yes, I have that.
Again, what does that tell us about the proposed strategy for what's going to happen with water that's used in firefighting efforts?
It's suggesting that recirculation of water will be available in the unlikely event that boundary cooling is required for longer than the fire test data suggests.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rigby. I'll just check, but I think that those are my only questions. And that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rigby. You are released. So at the end of that session, I understand we're going to have a statement for the inquiry for Tuesday morning, are we? Or is it going to be ready sooner?
Well, I'm not going to be doing it, but we can get it. I'm sure Mr. Rigby and Mr. Carpenter can get it whenever would be most useful. So we could. I mean, I think it's just a question of maths. So hopefully at some point on Monday, if that would help. But as I say, I'm not doing it. So
If we could have it for first thing on Tuesday morning, please.
No problem.
Okay, right. So we're just going to deal with any housekeeping we need to deal with, and then we are going to adjourn for the weekend. Miss Osmond-Smith, you're poised, ready.
Yes, we've been looking at the site visit plan, and forgive me, I'm just going to turn my back and ask where we've got to with that. Because I asked for a plan that had plotted viewpoints on and a suggested walking route. So I'd make sure that that's on its way. Right, we'll have it by the end of the day, and we'll ensure that copies are brought along for you on Monday.
Okay, so that's marvellous. Brought along to where are we meeting?
I'm going to turn around and ask those behind me to assist you with that. It's going to be, forgive me. Let me just get, would it be helpful when we send the plan over, we'll send it via the case officer. Are you likely to get it before Monday? We'll set out separate instructions as well. So obviously I want to give you the hard copy for the site visit, but just, are you going to be able to look to get the address in time for Monday?
I can certainly do that, yes, that's not a problem.
Yeah, and would it assist to have the what 3 words of the location where we're going to suggest there's
Yes.
parking?
Yes,
Yeah.
it would. Okay, that's good. And the site visit is going to convene at 11 a.m. And who is going to attend?
From our side, we are going to have a landscape expert. Unfortunately, it's not going to be Sarah because she's not available. But we are going to assist you with her member of team who's worked closely with her, and his name is Simon Myers. Miss Fletcher offers her apology for not being able to attend. But Simon will be there to assist if required. The meeting point is going to be off Sector Lane, and there's space to park a car there. So that's going to be the suggested meeting point.
And who's attending?
From the local authority, it would be Mr Digby.
Madam, it will be Mr. Lever for the Wilsix party.
And who is going to be liaising with any interested parties who are going to want to meet me at any particular point on the route?
I think it's probably easiest if Mr. Jones does that. You want to?
Absolutely.
Okay, jolly good. Is there any other housekeeping matters that I need to attend to? So we will be reconvening in the business centre, are we, next week?
I think we are here on Tuesday, and then we're needing to relocate on Thursday.
Okay, so we'll be back here in this room at 10 o'clock on Tuesday, which means for those who are watching via the live stream, you will be able to continue to do so. As I understand it, if we're sitting on Thursday, which we're expecting we will be, and we are relocated to the business centre, then there will not be any opportunity for live streaming in that location. So anybody who wants to observe Thursday would need to attend the inquiry in person. Okay, on that note, I will now adjourn the inquiry and wish you all a very happy weekend. Thank you. See you next week. Thank you. We are now adjourned.